AvidViceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fee was actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick in something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives, and she gives, and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her.
We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Yes, my mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers is better.
Hers was
but don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain, and the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited FIA.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle. I'm passing you my anointing. I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy, 'cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you for all the gifts and all the blessings. We hear you loud and clear. We hear your aching heart, and we hear your call for renewal.
Thank you, coronavirus. Thanks for the opportunities. Thanks for the opportunity of a lifetime to gain an unparalleled enlightenment. I thank the universe for the opportunities it is providing us now. The opportunity to slow down and reflect on our lives. The opportunity to rethink our being and the purpose of our lives. The opportunity to spend time with those around us and our loved ones. The opportunity to better get to know my partner, my kids, the love of my life, my parents, and all. The opportunity to reevaluate our lives and our life directions as well as our purposes. The opportunity to refocus, re-energize, reorganize, rebuild ourselves. The opportunities to get out of our busy and self-focused lives and pay attention to the world around us. The opportunity to value our friends and social interactions. The opportunity to have access to product and services when we want them. The opportunity to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see before. The opportunity that we love another. The opportunity to see that even the pretty faces on TV are nothing but an image. The opportunity to realize that my worth is not my status. The opportunity to understand that we all need one another. The opportunity to believe in ourselves and believe in our power and believe in God. Thank you, COVID-19. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you for value our friends and our social interactions. For the opportunity to have access to products and services when we want them. The opportunities to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see it before. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. Thank you for allowing us to put aside all our problems. Thank you for stopping us. Thank you so much. Thank you for making us appreciate the luxury we lived in. The abundance of products, freedom, health, wealth, love, and anything we wanted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, coronavirus. The earth was begging us and begging us and begging us to stop for a very long time. And thank you that you help the earth to breathe, to feel fresh and rebuild herself. This virus is with us, is an inside of our brain, our mind, our body, our soul. This virus came to us to show us how little and how tiny we are. This virus shows us the opportunity to see that the king of all beings is vulnerable to a tiny virus. This virus came to our life to show us that we are nothing than just soul. And this virus came to our life to show us to be kind and lovable, to send positive energies and love to others. Thank you, coronavirus.
I thank the Mother for providing us with an opportunity to listen to it again. I thank for the second chance for renewal and refreshment and replenishment. I thank the universe for cleansing and purging all the negativity created for so many years, the pollution, the warming, the abuse of resources, the waste and our ignorance to protect our homes and our community. The nature is acting and reacting to our misguided ways. Isn't it time for us perhaps take a page from the lesson to recognize what's around us? Thank for the blessings that are coming our ways each and every day. I trust the universe to guide me, protect me, and direct me to being better than the day before. I thank all the gifts that I receive each and every day in my life.
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, you know, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known. And those cases been kind of huge cases. And Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling actually that I had. And then they reached out, they wanted to feature me. And then after that, everything. And I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had an interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes. And it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people want to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do. Actually help them
So
out.
when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have, we are based on energies. We pick up energies, we're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities, if you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wanted you to be. Bring your unique personality. Tap into your talent and energies and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
I do have a platform named Avid Advice,
Okay.
AVID. advice, abidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my abidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium, basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also abidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@abidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Aussie Goddess. Live from theausiegoddess.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Aussie Goddess
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Aussie Goddess TV show. Sorry, I just never know what to open with. It gets me every time. So thank you for joining me. Thank you especially to you people who've come over from my YouTube channel and from my Facebook page. So I appreciate all of your support. It's been a very tough few months for me, and I've uprooted, moved to a new place, finally got my internet up and going. Life just decided that it wanted to send me in a completely new direction, and I've rolled with the punches, as you do. So I'm so happy to be back with you today and give you a little bit of insight on what's happening. Of course, as usual, we'll take a couple of readings from callers, so I always enjoy doing that part of the show too. Before we go any further, just in case I don't get a chance at the end of the show, sometimes I do talk too much. Just letting you know, I am on YouTube daily, weekly, and monthly doing readings. I offer personal readings as well, so I do that face-to-face if you're close enough to come and see me. I also do Skype and other methods for overseas. So I am internationally known now, which is so awesome. I'm still in awe of my journey, but I follow what my heart and my spirit is telling me to do. And I also am on most social media, so you'll find me in a lot of places. So let's have a look at the energies of today. We do have the Two of Swords coming up as the main energy of today. So the Two of Swords is a card where it talks about a decision that needs to be made. That isn't a great decision. It's a decision that's going to cause you or create a little bit of pain for you, because you have to make a decision about whether you want to speak a truth to someone or move away from someone. That's about cutting them out. So the swords are all about the energy of precision, clarity, and ensuring that you're doing what's best for you. So it sort of brings it to a little bit of a stalemate sometimes, because you don't always want to make a decision. I feel like some of you are trying to work out what direction to take in your life today, or over the next few days. This is sort of this feeling that maybe there's two jobs on offer or two situations on offer, and you're trying to choose between the two. I do see a lot of swords and a lot of anxiety. In fact, 5 cards on the table, they're all swords. So a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress at the moment, trying to make your mind up what you want to do. Now, for others of you, this could be about, just trying to plan out your life path. You may be deciding to either give up work and go and study something. You may be looking at walking away from someone. I see a variety of things here for people. But the main thing here is this is about you speaking your truth. This is about you speaking up for what you truly believe in and what you feel is really important here. As I said, for some of you, this is about walking away from someone or cutting someone out of your life. So you could have a very difficult decision to make. This could also be around your family as well. So a lot of stress for you, a lot of sleepless nights worrying about how to go about this, but trying to make sure that you're making this decision for the best reasons. Now, what I do want to say to you is, for some of you here, you've perhaps been holding on to something too tightly. So perhaps you're trying to let go of something, something that's sort of held you in place. Again, coming back to a relationship, but certainly wanting to, it could be for some of you holding on very tightly to your money and not having an opportunity to move in a new direction. But I feel here that there's sort of like very much an energy here of you taking your power back. Whatever this is, this decision's going to help you become more self-sufficient, more understanding of yourself and the way you think about things and what you want in your life. it's very much an energy of like letting go of past energies as well. So you could be clinging to something because you think you have to, or you could be clinging to something because you feel that you are obligated somehow to this particular thing. So this definitely is a week of releasing old energies, making good, solid decisions for yourself that you have really good clarity on, but also making decisions for yourself, not for other people. So being able to put aside what other people think, what other people are saying. I feel like some of you have got perhaps somebody around you who's trying to either discredit you or discredit the way you want to go about something. So sometimes think people try to do things because they think it's best for us, but actually they impede our progress because we listen to what they have to say rather than following our own, the beat of our own drum is what Spirit is saying to me. So very much this week, a feeling that you need to follow the beat of your own drum, make decisions that are in your best interest, but definitely a time for, picking up those things that you've left behind. But also if you're trying to make a decision, don't, I mean, it's great to listen to other people. It's fantastic. But sometimes people think they're helping and in fact they stop you from progressing because it doesn't feel good to them to let you move on. So for whatever reason here, this is about you choosing yourself over others, making a decision in your own best interest. So that's the energy for you. Okay, so we have Doris in Hagerman, New York, in the USA, ready online. Are you there, Doris?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And do you have a question for me today, or is there something you wanted to talk about today?
Yes, I wanted to know, is there a message for my mother? She just recently passed away.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you repeat that for me?
I'm so sorry. I said my mother just recently passed away. Is there a message for her?
Okay. This is only recently, is it? It's only very recently.
Yes.
Okay. Or she's just saying to me, she's sort of quite a nervousy person, and she's just saying to me she went too quickly. What happened to her?
She passed away from a heart attack, I think.
Okay, because she's trying to say to me that she didn't really have time to do what she needed to do. She's telling me that she had still things there that she wanted to do. So it feels to me like, obviously it was unexpected. But it's like she's showing me this list of things that she wanted to get done before she passed. Okay. Was there somebody around you that's pregnant at the moment?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Then there must have been something that she wanted to do or bring out or rebirth. So I'm trying to get this, what she's trying to say to me here. Because it feels to me like she wanted to say or do something and she didn't get an opportunity to do that. And she's quite anxious to get this across now. So I'm trying to work out exactly what she's trying to say to me. Was there some unfinished business? Did you have something planned between you?
Yes.
You did? Okay. Whatever this is, it sort of, she's feeling like she wasn't able to finish something with you or conclude something or work something out with you. So I'm not quite sure what that means to you, but she's saying here she wished she had the time because she feels like there was so much more to say to you and she didn't get that opportunity.
Okay.
Okay. There is, I don't know if she wasn't good at expressing herself because there's a great deal of love and compassion for you here, but I feel like she never really got the opportunity to show you exactly how she felt. So it's sort of like she feels a little bit sort of like she's got ripped off basically, but she feels like quite an anxious person. So it's like she's very, she's very frantic trying to get this message across at the moment. So something she wanted to say to you that she didn't get to say.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just get into the energy a little bit more. Okay, what's changed for you recently? What has happened with you recently?
Meaning with her and I, or life in general?
With you, it could have been with just you, rather than you and her. I feel like there was something she was trying to wanted to tell you, or something she wanted to say, and I feel like it's got to do with some sort of change or something that was changing either within your relationship or specifically in your life.
We didn't have a good relationship.
Okay. And I feel that there is this really strong feeling now that now she's passed, she's realized that there was a great need for her to express herself. Now she is coming across as a highly, in life, I think she was a highly anxious person, and I don't think she was good at expressing what she had to say. Okay. But that doesn't mean she didn't love you. She said to me, you've got a big change coming up in your life. I'm not sure what that means to you, but she said you need to be careful that you are kind to you, because something here that you both had, that you had in common here. So I think that either you may be anxious or maybe a bit nervous about making changes in your life too, that you're reluctant to make, because she's very much trying to guide you in either a different direction or move you into a different area now. So even though you didn't have the greatest relationship, I feel that underneath that she really did love you, but I don't think she knew how to express herself. So I think she came across as being cranky and anxious rather than being loving.
Yes,
so.
Yes, but she was very, very cranky and anxious. Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything that I should look out for with, in the sense from my mother?
Signs from your mother, like in terms of whether she's around you or not?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's have a little look. Let's see how she's going to do that. Okay. Now she's showing me curtains. Do you have curtains in your home?
Yes.
Because they're not something that everybody has nowadays. Curtains are sort of only some people seem to have curtains now. Now she's showing me something with the curtains. So I actually see them like blowing, but there's not a window open here. Now, I don't know if that means that she's going to show you she's around by moving something around like your curtains. But there's what I see, or what she's showing me is like there's a curtain and it's like it's blowing in the wind. But when you pull it back, the window isn't open. So either you either have a curtain that has a window behind it that you don't open. Do you have a curtain in your house where the window doesn't open for some reason, like a fixed window?
Not really. I mean, all my windows are open. I mean, I've access to them.
All right. So next time you see the curtains blowing, if your windows aren't open, that is your mother.
Thank you so much for this information.
You are very welcome, but I think you need to understand, even though your mother didn't show you love like perhaps you thought she should, I think she loved you a lot, but I think she had very, very bad anxiety and troubled about her own self. So probably a lot to do with her own childhood. So she did love you very, very much, and she is a little concerned about something that's coming up for you. So just follow her messages. She'll try and get you to move in the right direction.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Doris. Much love to you.
Love and light. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay, so we have Ashley in Chicago coming up next. So Ashley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you going?
Good, how are you?
I'm very well. We have a lovely clear line. So what can I help you with today?
So I'm actually making a very difficult decision right now with my relationship, and I was just wondering if you could provide some insight with what you saw.
The funny part is I've just done a daily reading for people, and it was all about making a decision that was very difficult. Okay, let me just get into the energy a little bit.
Sure.
The thing is, you've been thinking about this for a long while. This is not something that you're taking lightly.
Correct.
I feel that it's probably you're quite tired from overthinking it as well. And I feel that you've either been researching things or trying to work out what's going on with the relationship. So there seems to be a bit of a divide. So what's going on for you? Are you actually, have you both been talking about separating or both been talking about going in different directions?
No, definitely not on his aspect. It's definitely on my aspect, talking about going separate directions. We have done the marriage counseling in the past years ago, and we're kind of at the same point again. And it's just kind of more on my end where I'm just, like you said, tired. And he has...
Yeah, that's what I said. I can feel how tired you are. That's the overthinking, you see, because when you're not making a decision, you go round and round in your head, and actually we don't realize sometimes how exhausting that truly is. I actually feel too that you're bottling your emotions up a lot at the moment. I can feel your emotions right under the surface. So to me, you're just almost like you're just holding it together at the moment. You're ready to sort of, you're ready to fall apart. So I feel that this is something that you've already decided. Your soul, your spirit, your higher self is already trying to talk to you about what you need to do. But it's sometimes we tend to follow our ego, and we tend to sort of go with the, we need to take care of our family, we need to take care of, our financial situation, and we tend to sort of move towards that. And I feel this is like the energy you're giving off at the moment, where you're going backwards and forwards between what you truly want and what you feel the world around you is best if you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I feel quite strongly that you've already made the decision. It's just now putting it into place. Now, you're a very practical person, so you'll need to do things in a way that feel comfortable for you. So don't rush anything. Don't do anything in a way that's going to make you feel like you regret, because I have this strong feeling that you're the type of person that thinks things through, does things in a very orderly way. But when it comes to something like this, you're not sure if you should just cut and run. And I don't want you to do that. I want you to do it in the way you need to do it, because if you cut and run, you're going to regret what you do a little bit later. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but you're going to question your own motives, and that's going to make you feel very sad. And then sometimes we go backwards rather than just going forwards. I feel it's like you're flogging a dead horse. Okay, so that's the energy I've got here. And somebody once said to me, if the horse is dead, get off. But I feel like that you're trying to make something out of something here that's just not going to bring you the satisfaction. Ashley, I feel like you've done a lot of growing in the last few years, and I feel that you are sort of a person that doesn't stop that growth. Like you're always looking for new things to do, and new things to bring into your life. And I feel like you're very stunted where you are at the moment. So it's like, to me, you're pleasing everybody else instead of pleasing yourself.
That's true.
Okay. So you need to start thinking about, you only get one go at this life. You only get one go. If you don't make it the best go that you've got, you don't get another go at it. And you can put off forever, trying to make a decision in your own best interest. But at the end of the day, you have to think about what's right for you, not what's right for everybody else, okay? So take it slow, think it out, doing it in a way that is comfortable for you. Don't go backwards and forwards. Once you've made the decision, if your ego keeps kicking in and going, but what if, just remember that you've made the decision and just go with what you want, what's in your heart, what you know is best for you.
Do
All
you
right.
see different relationships starting out of it, or no?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you see another relationship after the decision is made and I move on?
Oh, do you definitely have in front of you. Okay, you do not have to worry. You are a beautiful soul and you are all being prepared. And that's what I said. You need to listen to your heart. You need to listen to your spirit guides. They're trying to move you in a new direction. I feel that you are being prepared for much greater things than you're currently experiencing. So listen to that part of you that tells you what you've got to look forward to, not the part that says to you, but what if this, but what if that. Try and separate that gut feeling from your intuition from your ego. Because if I were to say to you, what do you think's out there, what would you say to me?
I'm sorry, what is it?
You have beautiful things to come in for you, Ashley. You just have to make sure that you're looking after your own needs.
Okay.
All right? So be kind to yourself. Take it easy. No flash decisions. Just make your decisions as you need to, but go with your gut.
Okay.
All right? And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so we have a little bit of time left. So what can we do for the last little bit of time? Okay, let's talk a little bit about relationships, because I think that it's really, after sort of talking to that person there seems to be something I need to talk about with relationships. I've sort of learned over the years, after dealing with many people in different relationships, that a lot of people stay with people purely because they think it's the right thing to do, or because they've been taught as a child that a relationship has to be worked at regardless of how bad it is. And I've met people and talked to people who are in the most excruciatingly painful situations, but they still keep going, either for their children or for their families, or just because they've been taught that you have to endure the pain. And we don't. We have a choice. And a lot of the time, if you're with someone who's, fairly abusive or can be quite narcissistic, or controlling, you often put your own needs aside because the thought of walking away from something is more painful than staying where you are. But actually the pain you're enduring, whether that's for you or your family or your children, is far worse than moving away. And it's such a huge decision because you have to think, how am I going to manage financially? How will I manage with my children? And a lot of the time I speak to people who've been thinking about this for years before they finally take the plunge. It's okay if it's not working and you've tried counseling and you've tried every possible way of approach and it still isn't working. It's not going to work. People can change for a little while, but it has to take great dedication to make sure that you're doing what you say you're going to. So a lot of the time people go, let's give it another go and we'll do it. And it works because both people are dedicated. But unless both of you are dedicated to that, it just isn't going to work. And after a while, trying to find the things that brought you together in the first place are very hard to find. So I always think when, people are talking to me about, how tired they are from thinking about it all the time, I think sometimes you just need to remember to put yourself first. If you're feeling that you're in any sort of trouble or pain or unhappiness, then you have to start thinking that this is your life too. You're not living it for the other person. And if you're clinging to the other person because you feel that you have no opportunities, then maybe you need to look up and work out what codependency is, because sometimes we do put other people's needs before ourselves and it's not very healthy. It becomes toxic. So, I think that the best way to do it is, it's all very well to have couples counseling, but sometimes I think it's really good to have counseling for yourself and go and talk to someone about how you're feeling. Because once that love's gone, it's really, really hard to get back. And if you've been doing that for a long time, the love doesn't come in so freely. And it takes two. You can't make a relationship work by yourself. You can inject and give as much as you want to. You can put in everything you do. You can completely dedicate yourself to someone, but if they're not reciprocating, if they're not giving back to you, then it just becomes very, very toxic and an energy you need to move away from. So we're closing up the show. I want to just say to you again, if you want to come and join me on Facebook at the Aussie Goddess, I try to do some free card pulls every now and again, which I really love to do, but it gets so busy, it gets ridiculously busy, so obviously I don't get to everybody, but I'll be putting some dates up on Facebook very shortly for that. If you mention this TV show, that you got me through this TV show, I'll give you a discount on your reading. I just want to see how this TV show is getting out there and how many people are watching it. So please mention it if you're looking for a reading, and I'll make sure I give you a nice discount. We can do that by Skype if you're in another country, Messenger. I use WhatsApp sometimes if we can't get close enough by phone, so we can do that as well. Also, as I said, I have a YouTube channel, which is the Aussie Goddess as well. And I come on every day and do a What's Cracking reading, What's Cracking for the day, and also a bonus read for those that What's Cracking doesn't resonate with. So I have that going as well. I really love doing the work I do. I'm very, very dedicated. If I had an opportunity to do this full time, I would. But unfortunately, life requires that I have another job as well. So I want to say to you, I'll see you next week. I want to say thank you so much for joining me on this channel. Make sure that you are loving yourself, and remember, you have to love every time like it's the first time. Don't take any baggage with you. So if you're walking away from something, make sure that you relieve yourself of all the things and forgive people and move forward with absolutely just giving a new person absolutely all of you. So much love to you all, and I'll see you next Wednesday or Tuesday for you people in other countries. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And the reason why I'm poking at my ear is because I'm trying to get my microphone all sorted. So anyway, welcome to the show, and we're going to have a lovely show because, as always, we will have two readers that will call in, and I'm going to be doing free readings. So I hope you're listening and enjoying this video. So before I get started, I always like to sort of do a little sort of talk, and my talk today is I was reading this piece that I've got here, and I'll read it to you. It says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And that was written in the Bible in Jeremiah 29:11. And one thing I think about, I'd like to talk about that specifically. And I think that, yes, God does have a plan for us. Yes, he is around us. And yes, there is a path that we are asked to sort of walk upon. But we also have free will. And that free will is vital. And so when they're giving guidance, they can give guidance in a very, very positive way, and they can talk about the path and talk about what can happen to you and what they're going to do to help you. But at any point, you can make a decision and say, no, I don't want that. So it is always a path that is open to your free will, but it is a path that God and all his helpers are willing to steer you on, are willing to help you achieve your goals and what you came here for, which I think is quite sort of quite incredible, really, when you think that you're not alone on this path. You are getting help and you are getting guidance. And the wonderful thing about shows like this is we are able to connect, and we are able to sort of give you that guidance and help you on your path and steer you in the right direction. And sometimes the very person that comes through is the very person that needs the help. And so because I do think that spirit always have a sort of helping hand in who comes through and who gets connected to one of the readers that are working, which I think is it's interesting what goes on behind the scenes. In other words, sort of it's never sort of just as simple as we're getting on with our lives. There is a lot more that goes on behind the scenes, and that is with God. So I know that we're going to have sort of a couple of callers, and I'm just waiting for the callers to come through. But before we sort of actually get to the first caller, the other thing that I would like to talk about is, I wonder, sort of, we've just had sort of Easter, and Easter has been sort of extraordinarily different for a lot of us. A lot of the times that we would have enjoying Easter and being out and about, and it's very different for us in all parts of the world where we are ostensibly on a lockdown and are restricted in sort of how often we can go out and about and what we can do. And I think that this is sort of in a way it's sort of quite a sort of a sad sort of situation, because it's a necessary situation, of course it is, but I think it's a sad situation, because I think about those people that perhaps are suffering from depression as a result of this, or perhaps are in sort of physical violence as a result of this, or their drinking or their drug use, or all those sort of things that can be exacerbated as a result of isolation and that sort of difficulty. So my heart sort of goes out to that. The other thing that I am very proud of is the hospitals around the world and the doctors and the nurses and what they're doing to help us and putting their lives in at risk as they go in the front line and they're helping people survive and treat lives, because people are recovering. It's not automatically a death sentence to the coronavirus. People are recovering, and more people are recovering than passing. But nevertheless, it is a difficult virus that we are dealing with, and I think I just have to sort of thank everyone out there for being willing to sort of play their part in this, play their part in helping others survive, helping others, helping the hospitals cope with the extent of the people that are coming through their doors, helping people, sort of helping us all get back to where we want to be, and that's sort of away from this lockdown, away from this virus, and away, living our lives. So I want to thank you all for playing your part, because we are all playing a part in helping all of us get together and beat this virus. So well done, all of you. So I want to go to my first caller, and I believe it is Tabitha in Lancaster, California. Are you there, Tabitha?
Yes.
Hello, and welcome to the show. Have you ever had a reading before, Tabitha?
No.
Oh, I felt that you hadn't, and that's why I asked. So I'm a medium, and how it works is I can either connect to a loved one in spirit for you, or I can go to my guides and look for guidance for you. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Spiritual, please.
And is there somebody that you'd like me to connect with?
I just want to see if my cousin comes through.
Your cousin, okay. Well, I generally, it hasn't failed me yet. If somebody asks for somebody particular, I can generally get them, but I'm sure there'll come a time when it does fail me. Right, okay. Would I be right in saying your cousin is female that we're talking about?
No, it's a male.
Okay.
I have two males that just passed away.
Two, okay. Did one of them have sort of fairly longish hair?
Yes.
And I saw the long hair, and I thought, it feels, I saw the long, this is how it happened for me, Tabitha. I saw the long hair, and I thought, this feels like a male, but I've got sort of like female hair, and I wasn't sure which way I was, it confused me initially, but
yes.
But I feel that's the one that has stepped forward. Is that the one that you're particularly looking to hear from?
Him and my cousin Merle.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay. He's I feel that I feel like he's got a ball, and he's sort of and I feel like he's playing with a ball at the moment, and he makes me feel like he sort of enjoyed that there's a sort of sporting element to him. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And he makes me feel like he enjoyed sort of being quite fit and having sort of, he was quite sort of active as a person. And I also get the feeling that he was quite an artistic sort of person. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And when I say artistic, would it be literally art, painting, or?
Yeah, he created like stickers.
Because I feel like he's very, very creative and artistic. And and I feel that also that he was quite ambitious as well. He had high hopes for where his thing was going to take him and where he would get to. And I get the feeling that this is something that's happened to him that almost like wasn't expected to happen. It doesn't feel. It feels like with him that he didn't mean for this to happen. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, you're talking about my dad.
Oh, am I? Okay, so I've got your dad.
Yeah, it's my dad. He was artistic and he committed suicide.
Right. Okay. And then we're like, I felt suicide, but I also feel that he didn't want it to happen. It was because he's telling me that it's a mistake. He's making me feel like it was an accident, and he's got huge regrets for not sort of fulfilling his life and carrying on with his life. And he's saying to me that, were you still a young person when he passed?
Yes, I was 9 months old.
Okay, because I feel like you're a child, as I, and he's saying to me that there's never a day that goes past that he regrets this decision to not be there as your father, and he feels like he has massively let you down. Do you have a brother as well?
Yes.
Because he's drawing my attention to a brother, and he's telling me that he feels guilty for your brother as well. He's also telling me that he worries about your brother. Would you understand why he would be worrying about your brother?
Yeah.
Because he feels that your brother doesn't always he doesn't always help himself. He's telling me that he gets very concerned about his brother because he feels that his brother gets himself into all sorts of difficulty and gets himself into sometimes a pickle in life that he wishes that he could be there to advise and help him and get him through certain situations, because he's really worried about his brother, and this is why he's come through, because he wants to get to your brother to help him, and he's saying that your cousin, has he recently passed?
Yes.
Because he's telling me that your cousin is with him and he has helped him in the spirit world. And there is also a grandmother as well that is here with him, that is connected to him, and he's telling me that because he's also telling me that he feels that he's telling, so it's not your cousin talking, it's your father talking about your cousin, and he's saying that he feels that he almost like he didn't want to come over to spirit. He wasn't ready to get passed over, and I feel that, and he makes me feel like it's a set of circumstances that caused his passing. Would you understand that?
Yes.
And he's saying to me that he's promising you that he will look after your cousin and make sure that he's all right. And he wants to assure you that he's arrived, he's safe, and he's with us. And we're doing everything to make sure that he gets himself back on his feet. Because he's telling me it's tragic circumstances. It's circumstances that nobody would want to endure, that your cousin had to go through. And he's saying that he needs a lot of healing. And this is why he's he's making me feel like he needs sort of support and help in the spirit world before he starts really communicating. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Your dad is saying he knows that you don't know him, but he knows you. And he knows you very, very well because he's been very close to you in your life. And he's saying to me that you have a photograph of him that you keep. And so it's like you know what he looks like. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And he says that you keep it in your very personal possessions, and every now and again you look at it and you speak to the photograph saying, I wish you were here in my life. And he's there and he hears your words when you're saying that. He's also talking about a relationship that you've had that it's almost like I don't know whether this is current or in the past, but he's talking about a relationship where you did a complete U-turn. You were sort of going in and thought, oops, no, this is no good for me, and you turned and got out. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And he said that was a wise decision. He would have been no good for you, and he's glad that you did that. And he's thanking you for calling in and for taking the plunge to speak. And I've got another caller waiting, but if you want to find me, you can find me on Facebook, and my name is Gail Moffat. So do connect with me there. But I hope that helps, and know that your cousin is all right. He's safe, and your dad is in your life. So thank you very much, Tabitha.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Right, so I have Jackie in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Hello, Jackie.
Hello. How are you?
I'm very well, and I've been to Colorado Springs. It's very nice, isn't it?
Yes. We just had a snow, so finally having a sunny day today after 2 days of snow.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. It's
yeah,
and it's very pretty, gorgeous part of the world.
Yes, it is. Yeah, thank you.
But it's a shame you can't sort of go out so much at the moment. Anyway, I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in particular, or I can give guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Well, I lost my wedding ring back in June of 2018. I was pregnant at that time. I took it off to put on lotion, and I've just been looking for it ever since. I'm not sure, if it's still in the house. Was it taken in the trash? Will I ever find it? What is the likelihood? It's so dear to me, and I don't know what else I can do at this point to try to find it. So if, there's insights of anything like that, yeah.
Okay. So I have to have a little confession here. Finding things is not one of my strengths as a medium, but I have been able to achieve it from time to time, and I will certainly give it a go. So I'm just going. As I'm talking, your grandmother is coming through, and she's literally holding up a wedding ring in her hand. That's not to say it's gone into the spirit world. It's a sort of like she's showing me that she knows where it is. And she's saying to me that I get the feeling firstly, I feel that it's in the house, and I feel that I'm drawn to a sofa in your home. Which do you think you would have taken it off around the sofa when you're sitting down? Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, I know I usually normally take it off on the sofa, but that day specifically I was in the bedroom. But I mean, it could have been, I've been everywhere that same day. I was doing a client's hair and I could have taken it off and then I went somewhere and then, so it's just, I did a lot of things that day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
She keeps on drawing me to a sofa. And I feel that I need to pull it out completely and look around a sofa or a chair. It's either a sofa or a chair because I'm only seeing a section of it. And
okay.
And she's saying to me that almost like she's put white light around this wedding ring, so it's sort of protected. But what she's saying to me, it is in the house. You haven't lost it. It's there. And I feel, is it a diamond? Is there a diamond on the wedding ring? And
yes.
Is it a solitaire?
Lots of diamonds on it. Huh? What was that?
It's got diamonds on it, did you say?
Yes, there's diamonds on them. It's a flower shape, diamond ring, and then a band.
Oh, it's my favorite sort of wedding ring. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know, I just get that feeling that there is like there is definitely a sort of white light that has gone round it. And I feel like your grandmother has placed this energy around it. And she says that she's going to guide you to find this wedding ring. I don't know why I'm being drawn to the sofa particularly, but I am. And I don't know if that's because you quite often will take it off around the sofa, but I just get that strong feeling that she's telling me that you will find it and it is in the home and you haven't lost it. And she's guiding you to find this ring.
This is my mom, my dad's mother.
I feel this is your dad's.
My dad?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, your dad's mother.
Yes.
Would that make sense why she would come through?
Yes. Yeah, she passed a while before I even knew her.
Right. Okay. She's telling me that she's quite an astute woman, and she didn't suffer. We have an expression in England: "Suffer fools gladly." And she's telling me that she didn't suffer fools gladly. She was quite sort of astute about how people were, and she says that she hasn't changed that character. She still is like that, and I feel like there's a reason why she's saying this, about her character, because I feel like it's pertaining to somebody that's in your life that she is wary of. And she feels is not being true to you, and I feel like it's a friend. Would that make sense to you? So I feel that this is a friend, and I feel also that yes. So she's sort of saying to me that just almost like be careful. Because this person is not sincere and doesn't have your sort of best interests at heart. I'm also, she's talking about your father, and she makes me feel that she wants to talk about your father, and she says that she almost like had a sort of quite a challenged life. And as a consequence, your father didn't have like an easy upbringing, and she's making me feel as though she has a lot of guilt about that, because your father then there was an impact on yourself in your life, because your father had a sort of vulnerability about him because of his upbringing. Would that make sense to you, Jackie?
Yes.
Okay. And she's saying, she's apologizing to you because as a result of her actions, you haven't had it easy with your father. And she's saying to me that she really wants to put things right and really wants to help you in your life because she feels she owes that to you, and she owes it to you to put things right because of her actions historically not being so sort of, you know, positive or good. And she's saying to me that also, do you have a daughter?
No, I don't have a daughter yet. I just have 2 boys.
Okay. Okay, because I'm seeing, would she have a granddaughter somewhere in the family?
Yes. She has 2 granddaughters, or great-granddaughters.
Okay, I'm being drawn to and I feel like this is a young child, very young, sort of like a, you know, sort of, yeah, very, very young child. And I just get that, and I get that feeling that she's talking about this child and saying to me that there is almost like there's an interesting future for this girl, and that she is going to go on to do some great things in the world, and she's very excited to give you this information and let you know what's going to be happening, because she's just very excited about it. And she's saying that it's almost like she's going to be quite famous in the world and be known for what she's able to do. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if she ends up with a... Pardon?
Who is it? Who's the girl?
And I also get the feeling that she's going to have a really good voice, and I feel like she may be a singer. But I feel like it's not going to be a usual singer, like, you know, pop, or, you know, it's going to be a singing with a difference with her. But she's telling me that, you know, watch out for her because she's going to be have an incredible life ahead of her.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. My name's Carrie Bush and I'm your host for today, coming from the UK. So how is everybody doing? How is your week going so far? Remember, you are the creator of your life. And literally, you can create your week as you wish it to be. You can create a week of positivity just purely by putting that intention out there, by asking the angels to have the most magical week, good news, good fortune surrounding you. And that is exactly what you will attract back into your life. So how powerful is that? So create your week before it's even begun. So on today's show, I feel really guided by the angels to do everybody an oracle card reading before I go to my first caller. So I am using today the Gateway Oracle cards. I love these cards. They're so, so powerful. So I've already asked the angels to pull the cards out for your little reading, your positivity and your angel guidance for the week ahead. So the first card that came out of the pack for everybody is the Renewing Your Life card. Radiant vitality is filling my life. So this card is so powerful. This is about clearing the clutter from your life. This is the clutter, having a good clear out. This is the clutter from your physical being as well as your emotional being. So make sure that you are clearing out anything that does not serve you. This can include things in your house around you. When our house is cluttered, it can really affect our mindset. It can clutter our mindset really, really easily. So this is you coming towards freedom. This is you having a clear out. It could be emotionally. It could be that you have some inner stuff that you need to clear out, that you need to release. But this is going to be the most powerful thing that you can do this week. Have a good clear out. Physically and emotionally, it really, really is going to serve you so, so well. Our second card that came out for everybody is Simplifying Your Life. I cherish the simple pleasures of life. Now, how apt is this? This one really links in with the one before. You are clearing away. You are living a more simpler life. You are clearing all of this old and making way for the new. It's about connecting to your vitality, living in a simpler way, living in the present moment. We can't easily live in the present moment and be positive if we are surrounded by lots of clutter and lots of mess. So this is about getting rid of the old and making way for the new energy, which is just right here. It's here for everybody right now. So it's about simplifying your life, making things easy for yourself and having that clarity around you, having that clear mind around you. And the way that we can easily do that is by clearing our environment. It's so very important, and it really does have a dramatic effect on your life. So our next card that came out for everybody is a Cherishing Self card. And this is I accept and I love myself. So this card is about, again, it's about nurturing, it's about clearing, but it's about looking after yourself. It's cherishing yourself, cherishing your needs, and just taking pleasure in the simple things around you. You know, just making time for you, the things that you enjoy, whether that's to have a cup of tea, a bit of peace and quiet, pampering yourself. It's about nurturing your needs. It's about coming back to the simple pleasures, connecting and savoring every single moment, cherishing yourself and cherishing the moment around you. really connecting to your inner power, really connecting to your authentic self is very powerful. We must be nurturing ourselves. We must be loving ourselves fully. We must make sure that we are our priority right now. You know, we can't pour from an empty cup. So it's so vital that we look after ourselves and we look after our own needs. So don't forget to pamper yourself. Don't forget about how important you are and to celebrate and treasure you. So our next card that came out the pack is the Opening to Love card. And this is My Heart is Open. How powerful is this card? Look at the image on this card. It's so beautiful. So this is your heart space opening. Now, it's so important that our heart space is open. We need to be coming from our heart space. We need to be coming from our love space. When we're not, we are coming from our ego, and often that will trip us up. That our ego is the powerful mind that will tell us that things aren't manifesting, that things aren't going to work out, or things are taking too long to work out. Our heart space will keep us centered. It will keep us in the open to receiving. So on the spiritual path, it is all about coming back to unconditional love. That is what the spiritual awakening journey is. It's about coming back to your inner being, your spiritual being, and the place of unconditional love. So your heart area is opening. If you feel like you have issues around this area and you feel like your heart area isn't as open as you'd like it to be, then work on your heart chakra via meditation. This is going to really simply open you up to love and coming from the heart energy space, which is really vital for manifesting. It's also vital for being happy each day. When you're coming from your heart space, you know, you just feel so, so happy every day. So how powerful is that? So our next card is the Hearing Messages from Spirit. I am a clear channel for messages from Spirit. So again, this is so powerful. This is where we're at right now. It's so exciting. We are the clear channel. We are easily hearing the angels and the divine and source energy right now. You are the messenger. You are the channeler. And all you need to do is you need to ask. And that is as simple as it is. You just need to ask. You invite the angels into your life. Ask the angels, you know, keep the communication as high as possible. Ask, what do you need to know? And they're going to come through and you're going to easily hear messages. So right now is so powerful. You will be hearing messages, whether this is in thought form, maybe in dream state. Dream state is a really powerful way that the angels like to communicate with us. So source energy is very strong around us. The veil is very thin and you are the channel by just inviting the angels into your life. Our next card that came out for us is the Healing the Past card. I step into my future with strength and clarity. So here we go. We have released this past. This past has been holding us back and we are easily releasing it now under this energy. We are moving forward to new beginnings. We are taking a new path forward. And the past is, you know, being washed away from us. Remember, with the past, everything that's happened to us, everything that we've been through was part of our soul's journey. We just don't need to carry the heavy baggage of it forward. We need to let it go. We need to just take the lessons and, you know, leave the rest. Let it go with love. All we need to do is just take the lessons of the past and move forward. If we're too focused on the past in a negative way, it will have a negative impact on your life. You can't move forward easily if you're always going back to the past. So very, very important card for us all this week. We are in high energy for releasing, so we can easily lift this weight off of our shoulders. So that's welcome news for each and every one of us. Our next card is the Expecting Miracles card. I love it when this one comes out. Miracles are blossoming in my life. I love it because we're releasing the past. We're making way for the new. We are making room for new energy to come in, and miracle energy is everywhere right now. You have the power to make anything happen. You really, really do. And those seeds that you've planted, the desires that you've planted, the prayers that you've been putting out are getting ready to bloom. So link into this miracle energy by just expecting it. just expect the miracles. This is the energy that's around you right now. You need to have your arms open to receive. You need to be expecting to receive, because the energy is just beautiful right now. Manifestation is very, very high indeed. It is instant manifestation time. So what you're putting out there is what you're getting back. So if you're putting out there that you're expecting miracles, you know that this miracle energy is all around you, that's what you're going to be attracting back to you. And that's what we want. That's what we all want. You know, we all want the miracles. We all want the dream life, don't we? So our last card for our weekly guidance from the angels is the letting go card. I surrender joyously to the ebbing and the flowing of life. This is wonderful. So where you've released the past, you're moving forward, you're expecting miracles, you go into the flow energy. The flow energy is absolutely what you need to stay in alignment, and it's absolutely what you need to flow in the right direction, to keep the momentum going. Like the fish in this card, they're flowing with the energy. They're not pushing, they're just relaxed, and they're just flowing along with that energy. And that opens the doors to so many miracles coming in. So this is back in the flow of life, because you've let go. You've let go of attachments, and you're letting go of the need to have everything work out, because you're trusting that everything is going to work out beautifully for you, which it is. It really, really is. We've got beautiful energy around us. So get into this flow. Allow life to take you where you need to be. And you're going to find that you get to where you need to be so very fast. So very fast than when you're trying to push against something or make something happen. So what a beautiful reading. I'm really grateful to the angels. It's, you know, we needed that positivity and that direction. And, you know, we're going to have a really, really awesome week, everybody. We really, really are. So I think we have a caller ready. I think we have a Katie from Peterborough on the line. Are you there, Katie?
Hi, yeah, I am.
Hi, how are you? Yes, I can
I'm
hear
good,
you
thank
fine.
you. How
Can
are
you hear
you?
me? Yeah,
I can,
I'm
yeah.
really good, thank you. How can I help you?
Good. So I was just going through a bit of difficulty with someone who I was speaking to online, but he's kind of become quite distant at the minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, if you could just speak up a little bit more. So I didn't hear that. Start again, Katie.
Sorry, I've been speaking to him online, but he's become quite like distant at the moment. Hello?
He's been what, sorry?
Quite distant.
Okay, so you want some guidance around that?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if he feels the same way.
Okay, I've got the romance cards here. I'm going to pull one of them, and I'm going to ask the angels to come in now and work with me and give you the guidance you need around this. So let's pull some cards for Katie. We'll ask the angels to help with clarity. Okay. Okay, so the first card that's coming out is the releasing your ex card, Katie. So I feel like the angels are telling me that, you know, he is into you. This does feel really good, but there is an ex energy. So you've got energy of an ex around you, Katie, that is holding you back, that's stopping this from moving forward. You get the free yourself card as well that came out. So that definitely confirms it for me, that you are a little bit tied up emotionally. You've been hurt in the past, Katie, by an ex-partner. Would that resonate to you?
Yeah.
So what's happening here is this new relationship, actually, the angels are telling me that it feels really good, and he has got feelings for you. But what's happening here is that you've got some old energy around you, Katie, from previous hurts in your relationship. So you need to free yourself from these. So right now is a very powerful time where past is coming up and inner stuff is coming up to be released. And what we're finding at the moment is until we work on that area, it's blocking everything else from coming in. So I feel like you also got the express your love card. So this is telling me that this is a nice union. This is good. It feels good. You're really into him, aren't you? You're kind of quite blown away the strong feelings that you've got already. Does that resonate to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're feeling it, and the angels are saying when you feel it, and it's always real. It's always real because you're feeling that in your heart. But what's happening here, Katie, is it's the past. The past. There's a particular relationship that you had that hurt you, and you kind of put up some walls. There's a little bit of healing needs to happen within your heart chakra, and then this is going to easily move on. So I feel like it's not so much the guy that you're speaking to being distant with you, but I feel like you can't move forward until this is released. So the best way to release this energy is working with the angels, calling the angels in, asking them to help you release your ex. But also there's some brilliant meditations on YouTube that will help you easily do this. Is this kind of resonating with you? Does this make sense when I'm saying this? If the angels are giving me this so strongly for you, so you, as I'm talking about it to you, Katie, you should be feeling this, that, yeah, there is a lot of energy from an ex. Would you say that resonates with you?
Yeah, definitely. It does.
Yeah, so you were hurt in a relationship and it really hurt you. The angels are saying it took you a long time to recover. So it's not a massive long recovery ahead of you, Katie, but what it is there's still some work that needs to be done here around this area. You've kind of got some walls put up. They're walls of protection that you put up for yourself, which is totally natural, isn't it? When we get hurt, we do put walls up around ourselves. We're human. That's what we do. We protect ourselves. But I feel like this guy has got potential with you. I feel like it's got potential to move forward. What you're feeling is almost like the angels are giving it to me in a way that it's electric. It feels like a magnet that you're pulled to each other. I feel like the guy that you're speaking to started off voicing the same as you, how he felt, and now he's pulled back a little bit, if that makes sense. So he's pulled back a little bit, Katie, because it's about your inner work needing doing. So I would say with the energy that we've had recently, that you have been going back to the past a little bit. There's been things that have been popping up for you, a little bit of inner work showing up for you. Would that be right, Katie? Oh, hang on. I think we've lost her for a moment. We'll get her back.
Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, it's okay. Where did you hear?
That I think that you were saying about what my angels were saying, basically.
Okay, so yeah, your angels are telling you that this relationship going forward, he would have been quite feeling the same things as you. He was voicing that to you, and now he's gone a little bit distant. He's pulled back a little bit. I would be saying right now, the angels are saying to me that you've had some past stuff coming up. You've already felt it. It's been popping up. You've been triggered a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And this is showing you
Definitely.
that when we get triggered by stuff, it shows us that we've still got that stuff inside that we need to work on, that we need to release and let go from. So basically what the angels are telling me is that this relationship has got potential to be beautiful. The energy's strong. The connection is so electric. It feels really, really good for the future. But you need to work on letting go and healing your heart chakra area from another partner in the past. And then it's going to open the doorways. Right now, you can't move forward with this while you've got all of this hurt inside of you, because you're not going to be open to have the relationship that you want. But when you've healed that, you're going to easily move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So it feels good. It feels good. You've got your future feels really good. There's nothing coming up that the angels give me that you need to worry about. You just need to do that little bit of inner work, do that healing, work on your heart chakra, and you're going to open the doorways to move on. And I feel like this man will be in your life. So hopefully that's helped you. Bit of clarity around that.
Thank you very much.
You're so
Thank
welcome.
you.
And, you know, all the best with everything, Katie.
You too. Stay safe. Take care.
Yeah, stay safe. You take care.
Bye now.
Bye. So while we're talking about having inner stuff coming up, this is kind of going to be a current theme of 2020. We cannot move forward when we have the inner, you know, the inner baggage there. I've spoken about this before many times on my shows. It's so important. We have to release this inner stuff. When you get triggered, when things show up for you, always letting you know that, you know, there's stuff that you need to pay attention to. It could be stuff from the past. It could be a pattern that's not working out for you. The energy will be felt within the body. So this brings me on nicely to what I want to wrap up the show with. I want to talk about our auras, everybody. So our auras are our energetic field that, you know, surrounds our whole being. Our aura is so powerful. It is magnetic, and we will be easily drawing any energy around our aura, and this can include negative energy. Now, when you've got a healthy aura, you will feel really, really good. You'll feel strong. You'll feel energized. You'll feel really positive, and you'll feel really, really upbeat. When you've got an unhealthy aura, you will feel out of alignment. You will feel tired. You will feel stressed. You will feel low, and you just will be not feeling at your best. Now, it's very, very important that we cleanse our aura regularly, because our aura, we need to treat our aura as our energetic field around our entire body. We need to treat it the same as we treat our physical body. So we need to be looking after our aura, everybody, and we need to be cleansing our aura. So I just want to go through a few simple ways that can help you cleanse your aura really easily, because this is something that we should be doing on a regular basis, because our auras are like a sponge. So they're going to be attracting and soaking up negativity or any kind of energy that we are around. So it's really important that we're looking after it. So the first way that you can simply cleanse your aura is by using some sage. So we get the sage and we burn it, and we literally always start at the crown of the head, so the top of your head. If you have the sage, it's burning in your hand, and you literally just wave it around your whole entire aura field. You start from the crown of your head and you go down to your feet, and then you go round and work up your body again, finishing at the crown of your head. This is a really quick way to cleanse your aura field. You should be doing that regularly. At the moment, with the energy being so intense, you know, it should be every couple of days, really using one of the ways that I'm going to talk about to cleanse your aura. Another way to easily cleanse your aura is by having an aura bath. This is like having Himalayan pink salt, run in your bath with intention. You can put crystals in your bath while it's running, and you call the angels in to, you know, you're having a bath with intention, and your intention is to clear your energy, clear your aura field of any negativity. So you get in the bath. It's very powerful already with the salt and the crystals. You've called the angels in. You can light candles, make it a real divine bath. And then as you get out of the bath, you're washed all of your aura with intention to cleanse your aura. You let the plug out, and as the water is going down the plug hole, that is all the negativity or energy that's not needed around your aura being washed away down that plug hole. It's very, very powerful. Now, this is the most exciting way to cleanse your aura, by using selenite. Look at this. This is a selenite wand, and it's just the most beautiful crystal. It really, really is. It's so powerful. It's very healing, and it connects to pure divine white light and to source energy. It's so, so very powerful. And using a selenite wand, or just even a piece of selenite crystal, is so powerful for cleansing your aura. So what you do, because it connects to the divine white light, you call in the angels and you call in the divine white light. Again, as you were doing with your sage, you start at the crown of your head, always at the crown of your head, and then you go It's almost like you're rubbing out. So you're going down your whole aura field, as if you're rubbing out any negativity, any energy that doesn't need to be around your aura. You're rubbing it out. You're starting at the crown of your head and you're going all the way down your body, and you're going to your feet and then back round up your body, and take about 5 minutes, a good 5 minutes, really cleansing, calling the angels in. So powerful. So powerful. Really, really is. A selenite is so powerful as well to sleep with. You can put this under your pillow. I found out from a very wise lady yesterday who is very knowledgeable about crystals that actually this is the right direction to sleep with a selenite wand under your pillow, not this way, because it's so powerful and it can be too much for our bodies apparently, which I've often slept with it this way under my pillow, so I should be changing it to this way next time. So that's how powerful a selenite crystal is. Really, really powerful. You can then cleanse this this crystal, charge it up under the full moon. You can leave it out under a full moon every month. You can also quickly run it under cold water. That's a really good way to give a crystal a quick cleanse. And you can call the angels in to cleanse it. And you can also use your sage and just, waft that around it, and that's going to cleanse it. So how beautiful is this crystal? I love it. It's my favorite. I love selenite crystal. It's so powerful. So get your auras cleansed and you're going to be feeling amazing. You're going to be feeling fabulous. So I hope you all have the most wonderful week. If you want to find me on social media, you can find me at Carrie M. Bush on Facebook. I'm also on Instagram. I'm also on Twitter. And, so come check my pages out. It's full of positivity and upliftment. And I'm also on Amazon. I'm the author of quite a few books, children's books and journals. You can find my books on Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. So go check them out too. I hope you have the most wonderful week. I'm sending you so much love and light. I'm sending a wave of magical energy. And hopefully I'll see you back here next week, next Tuesday, same time. Take care, everybody. Look after yourselves.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. And I just want to welcome you. I am a medium, a healer, an intuitive, and a teacher of all things spirit. And I really love to teach people about spirit. I do want to kind of reshape my show a little bit. And so today I'm going to give you a little bit of insight for the week. I feel like we're going through so much change so quickly right now. It seems like the world is spinning so fast. Things are happening like in a speeded up kind of sense. And you may have noticed that. It's like, especially in the news, one day it's one way, the next day it's completely different. And so we really do need some tools to guide us, not just for the month, but for every week, and then sometimes every day. So this is what I'd like to start with today. I laid out some cards. I just drew some for everyone who's watching. Now this will mean something for you if you're watching this now or on the replay. And take this information and see how you can apply it to your life. This is all based on the energy of right now. There are probable futures, of course, but this is for what's happening in the moment. And this is my energy connecting with yours, even though I don't know you, and bringing forth the best possible message for you right now. And so I did draw a few cards. I love cards. I've been reading cards since I was a kid, and I have probably 100 decks. So I just drew some, and some of these are a little different from others, and so they may address some issues you hadn't thought of or address some topics you hadn't thought of. And so one of the first cards is surrender to trust. I don't know if you can see that. Let's see here. Surrender to trust. And what that means is if you walk around and you're feeling fearful about what life's going to bring you, and you're unsure and confused, which happens to people. You know, this is something that happened to me many years ago when I was not walking my spiritual path. And what I discovered was, and this is in conjunction with the surrender to trust message that my guides are giving you now, is that when we trust that there's a higher power that we can rely on, we're going to get more information of what to do next. It's like turning on the light switch to our intuition. When we trust, things are going to work out for us. And so instead of walking around or living your life like everything happens to me and it's all, I get dumped on, basically. Instead of looking at it that way, even if you've experienced it that way, try looking at it a little differently. Start calling in what you want in life. Start calling in the expectations that you get to have for your life. So when you surrender to trust, that means it's faith. You're giving yourself, your energy over to a higher power. And you're saying, okay, I trust what's coming. I know it's going to be for my highest good. And I'm going to allow it in. Now, of course, it's your free will to refuse any information that you get. Usually higher self-information, which is what the intuition is one of love and joy. It's never about fear. So the first message for this week is to trust yourself. Stop looking to the outer world, the television, the media, the internet. So many people want your attention and time. there are millions of people who are talking right now on the internet, and they may not have your highest good in mind. So don't tune into fear. Don't look for the bad stuff. Start looking for the good stuff. And I think you'll find your day will change in how you experience it. Now, the next card is very interesting. I feel like there's some people on here now who may already receive messages from Spirit. But this card is called the mediumship card. Okay, what does that mean? Well, if you're hearing this, that means you have the ability to receive messages from Spirit. Okay, you have the ability to clearly hear information from another dimension. Isn't that wonderful? The reason I'm talking about that is the information from Spirit, and it will come in the form of a voice that sounds like my own, but it's a thought that I wouldn't have come up with on my own. I might see my energetic body and merging and blending with my frequency. So if you notice these kinds of things and aren't sure what they are, I want you to understand that it's a very natural gift that everyone has. It is an ability that you can improve upon, just like playing the piano or an instrument or playing a sport. Everyone may have an ability to do these things, but not everyone's the professional. Now, you don't have to become a professional medium to receive information from Spirit. Your family members may be coming through to you to reassure you in times of stress or upset or where you need some clarity around an issue. So know that those signs and symbols that you get are not your imagination. They're actually part of the energetic field around you, and you're able to pull that information in and understand it. Okay, so pay attention to those messages. This third card I pulled, which I think has to do with the mediumship card and the trust card, is workshops and seminars. Okay, so workshops and seminars is a message for you to pay attention to what's happening around you in order to learn about things that interest you. And since we just pulled the mediumship card, the card of messages from Spirit, the card of becoming a channel of Spirit, I'm going to connect those two because that's the information that's coming through together. So if you're seeing this, pay attention to opportunities that come your way. So this may be a class online. It may be someone you know who's could be a mentor for you, who already does something you would like to do and learn more about. So the workshops and seminars are opportunities for you to develop this gift, develop your clear hearing, your clear seeing, your clear knowing. Those are all psychic gifts that connect you with Spirit. You may also get so good at what you're doing that you can develop classes and workshops to teach others. Now, let's take this from the other perspective. Perhaps you already are a medium. Perhaps you already are an intuitive or someone who can help others with some skill or ability. This is a sign for you to get going on that opportunity to teach others. And right now, you have the entire world to listen to you. If you have a phone or a laptop or a tablet and can, and a Facebook page, for example, go on Facebook Live, share your news, share your talent. This is a signal that there's a green light for this for you, so you want to move on with this. Because you know what's going to happen? It's going to open up new doors of opportunity for you. All right, next one. This card is have the courage and ask for and accept help. Now, what does that mean? When sometimes we don't really want to have other people involved in our business. Okay, sometimes we're very closed off about the information we share with others, especially when we're working on something that is a project or an issue you may have, like a relationship issue with somebody, and you don't really want to talk about it to other people. But this advice, this information that's coming through is telling you is to take a risk and go to someone you trust, go to someone who would be a confidant for you, and share with them what you're going through. Ask them for their input, ask for their help. You don't have to share all of the details, but many times when we feel like we're just shutting down and we don't want to talk about something to someone else, that's the very time we need to break through that resistance and get some feedback from a third party. When we're in our own world, when we're in, especially now when we're all supposed to be at home, we can get on our head and things can go around and around, and we're not sure what action to take. So think about someone who could be really helpful for you and ask them if you could have a bit of their time and if they could share their experience. Now, I'm also feeling like this is connected with, if you can take the message about being a channel and being open to messages from spirit, and you can understand wanting to learn more about this and taking workshops or offering this kind of information to others, I want you to think about who you can partner with for this project, or partner with for anything you want to work on. There's strength in numbers, okay? And so many times people will connect you with others that you don't know they know. That could be an open door for you once again to move forward, to experience a new way of looking at something. And this is how your higher guidance comes in for you, okay? Higher guidance is not always like a bolt of lightning and a flash of information, and suddenly you have insight and you move along with your day. Guidance comes through very subtly sometimes. Sometimes it'll come through in the form of another person. So pay attention to these little signs and signals you're getting from other people that you kind of connect with. Like, oh, they're kind of doing the same thing I'm doing, or they seem to know what they're talking about, or they mentioned something that really makes sense to me about what I'm working on. I wonder if I should reach out to that person. So that's something you might want to do. Ask for help. Take that risk. The last card I drew today for the upcoming week is surrender to receiving love and support. And once again, this is a very similar card to asking for help from others. So if you are feeling alone, if you're feeling like you don't have anyone to talk to, and suddenly someone messages you on Facebook or texts you, and you're like, well, that seems like that's kind of weird that they messaged me at that time, go ahead and engage in that conversation. If people you love, people who are caring for you, even family, if those people are stepping up and they want to be someone who listens to you, who offers guidance and support, go ahead and engage in that. Take that, okay? Doesn't mean you have to accept all of their advice. You know, you are a functioning human being who has good sense, who can filter out what makes what comes into resonance for you, or you can accept it or reject it. It's up to you. So the message overall here, and if I were reading this for me, and I read my cards every morning, I would say, okay, I need to surrender to my higher self, to a higher power, to who I know guides me in my life, the universe, and my angels, and my guides. And I need to trust the information that's coming in. And when I do that, I know I'll get more information. And that I need to pay attention to the messages coming in from spirit because they're going to be very valuable for me. And that I also need to explore studying and learning a little bit more about these topics that I'm interested in. For me, this card is mediumship, and that's what that would be for me. It could be other messages coming in for you as well. It could also be loved ones in spirit who are close to you offering you reassurance. So pay attention to those little nudges you get when you see something out of the corner of your eye or hear a voice in your head that's telling you something you would have never thought of. So go in and explore workshops. Have the courage to help, to ask for help from others, and surrender to receiving that support and love. We have to accept help from others. If we don't accept it, we're going to push it away. If we don't actually feel it in our heart, like we need to be open and at least hear it, we're going to set up this wall and block it. And what you want to do is even say to yourself, I accept this now. I accept this information and this advice, and I will do with it what I need to for my highest good. That is how you move on with guidance. Okay, so I hope that's helpful for you for the upcoming week. If you have any questions, message me at Pure Love Energy or join my group, Reiki Live. I offer free Reiki sessions twice a week. Tuesdays at 2 o'clock Central Time, just an hour before this show, and Saturdays at 12 Central Time. And these are live Reiki sessions. Once again, I'm a healer. And I also bring forth information from loved ones in spirit, spirit guides, and others to assist you in your healing journey. I hope you join me on my page, Reiki Live. Thanks so much. Now I'm going to take a caller. And it looks like I have Brandy in Houston, Mississippi. Brandy, hi.
Hey. Hey.
How are you?
Fine.
Yeah? So, Brandy, what is your question today?
Yes, me and my husband was trying to have a child, and I was trying to see when was I going to conceive, when was I going to get pregnant.
Okay, I have a little feedback on my end, and I do apologize. Would you please just repeat that slowly so I can hear you? I want to be sure I get all of the details.
Yes, ma'am. Me and my husband had been trying to have a baby, and so we was trying to see when was we going to conceive.
Okay, so you want to have a baby, and
yes.
You want to know when or if that's going to come to pass.
Yes, ma'am. When or if will I conceive?
Okay. So I'm going to just do a couple things. I'm going to tune in, and I'm going to draw a couple cards and connect with Spirit. And give me 1 second. So let's see. Okay. What's happening here, what I see, is a baby for you would really connect you and your husband even closer. And a baby for you would also be the outcome of you and your husband becoming closer before the baby arrives. You need to take some actions to begin to connect even more closely with your husband. And I would say, especially during this time where we're all supposed to stay home, that this is the ideal time to work on that. There seems to be a little... Are you open with your husband fully? Like, do you tell him everything? And is he fully open to you?
Yes, I'm open, but he's not.
Yeah. When a baby, when a little soul, spirit, wants to come to live with a family, they will wait until both people, both parents, are closely connected, the energy of a baby coming in has to be an energy that's just right, so that when they come in, they are supported on their life path as well. So this is what you can do. I want you to start connecting more with your husband, and this is a way I want you to do it. Sometimes men, and I don't mean to paint every man this way, but sometimes men don't always express everything they think or feel, really. And you want this to change. You'll need this to shift a little bit. So if you're familiar with feeling grateful, you know how you get something for your birthday and you really wanted it forever, and you have that feeling of being grateful. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Okay, so grateful is an energy, and I'm talking energy here because that's how this works, okay? Being grateful is an energy. When you are grateful, you will receive more reasons to be grateful, okay? I want you to do this, and this may be something you have to figure out on how to approach your husband with. When you are grateful, you start to see the good in things. You start to see positive. And you actually will start to rewire your brain to see things that make you grateful. This is what I'd like you to do. This will totally surprise him, I think. I want you, when he comes home, or wherever, each day, to tell him why you're grateful for him. I want you to say to him, baby, I love you so much, and I'm grateful that you do this, okay? I want you to do that, and I want you to see his reaction. I want you to feel how that shifts his energy. And then I'd like you to ask him if he could tell you a reason why he's grateful for you. This is something that I have suggested to other people who are having challenges within the relationship, and it has worked beautifully, okay? So you want to say to your husband why you're grateful for him, and make it something that you truly are grateful for, and give him that information, and then ask him if he can do that for you. Now, this is the thing. I want you to do this for 21 days, okay? If you can do this, trade why you're grateful back and forth for 21 days. You know what's going to happen? It's going to shift the energy of your relationship, because here you are, this is you over here, this is Brandy, and here's your husband over here, and you're trying to come together to make a baby, right? You're combining your energy to make a baby. If your energy's off on some level on either side, it may not happen as quickly as you like. I do see, Brandy, a baby coming through. I see it after a little bit of shifting between you two, okay? I don't feel like you even need, and I'm not giving medical advice, but I don't even feel like it's necessary to go down the road of in vitro. And I don't know if you've thought of that, but I don't feel like that's even necessary. I feel like once you really connect with him on this genuine, loving, grateful way, you two are going to come together and be able to create this child that's going to bring you even closer. Because, Brandy, I see not only one child, but two. And two children are going to be there. And I also see this would be a boy and a girl. Okay? I feel like these two are coming in. Now, I'm going to draw another card and see what I can come up with on timing. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So there's going to be some time now where you will be in sort of a a pause, okay, where things aren't going to look like they're happening. But I want you to start really doubling down on this. And you know you have to do your part with the baby thing, right? We're talking with, this is funny because it's number 9. So we're talking the optimal time for this is between 9 weeks and 9 months from now, that you will be able to create this opportunity to conceive. All right? So this looks like it's going to be wintertime. All right? Conception, wintertime. So you want to start getting positive around your children and what you want and seeing your life with them. And I want you to start this gratitude exchange with your husband. It sounds so simple, and it really is. Brandy, it's going to shift your energy so much that you two are not going to have any problems conceiving. All right? I hope, Brandy, that I've been helpful and that you can take this information and utilize it. All right? Please keep in touch. Let me know how it goes. I do see beautiful children for you. All right? Keep the faith. Okay? I need to run, but I do want to wish you a blessed day. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a good day. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to invite you to visit my page at Pure Love Energy by Lisa Short. I also invite you to visit my group, become a member, Reiki Live. That's REIKI Live. I give free healings, free insight, free messages, and connect with spirit. I'm about out of time. I do wish you all a beautiful day. Let me know if I can help you. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV. Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Intuitive Listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Intuitive Listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Intuitive Listening with Trish Rock. I hope you are well on this day. It'll be Tuesday in the US, Wednesday in Australia, and wherever you're watching from, I hope you are well and really looking after yourself. Today, I'm going to be doing a collective reading for you all, and then I'm going to continue on our chat from last week about the chakras, and I'm going to talk about each chakra and how it affects you in the physical, and how you can really take a look at intuitively tuning in to those parts of your body and tuning into the intuitive messages that they are giving you. So first of all, if you haven't yet connected with me over on Facebook, please do that. You can look up Trish Rock Transformation or Trish Rock Abundance, and you will see my page there. And I do quite a few things on that page, lots of inspiration, lots of teaching. And we have a Transformational Tuesday, and I've also got some other things going on there. So would love you to come and connect with me over there. So Trish Rock Transformation or Trish Rock Abundance. And there's also a private group that I run that you're welcome to come and join. And we do lots of teaching in there as well about transformation and about how you can empower yourself to live a better life. And that's called Dynamic Transformation with Trish Rock. And you can certainly look that up on Facebook and come and join that as well. I'd love to have you over there. The other thing is this week until Saturday midnight, I do have a special deal on my psychic readings, and they're only $90 Australian, which is saving you $30. And in US dollars, that's around about $55. So I'd love you to book in for one of those. That offer is only available until midnight Saturday. So connect with me over on Facebook and message me. Or if you can't find me there, connect through Psychic Radio, connect through Moonstruck TV, wherever you're listening to this from. Connect with them to get hold of me, or come straight over to my Facebook page and connect with me there. All right. So the cards that I have drawn out for all of us for this week are really about self-reflection, and this is the card from the Queen of the Moon Oracle deck, and it is self-reflection. And it's an interesting card. It's come out a couple of times this past week, actually, in the readings that I've done for people. And, you know, it really is about slowing down. It's about going within. And, you know, I think that on an energetic level, like on a physical level, we've all been told to go within, right? We're in our homes, we're isolated, we've been told to go inside. On an energetic level, we're also being asked to go inside, and there's a lot of self-reflection going on. Now, for some people, this is frightening, right? The busyness of everyday life has kept them out of this quiet space, and you know, not everybody wants to go inside because there's lots of hurts there. And with the circumstances right now, people are being forced into having that quiet time for themselves, it can be frightening for a lot of people to have these old feelings come up. So it is about self-reflection. And if you have got some things coming up that you haven't looked at or haven't tuned into for quite some time, and it doesn't feel good right now, write it all out. Just start journaling and writing it all out, because that self-reflection really will bring the answers. And we've got also on this card, it's a 17, which reduces to an 8. 8 is really about empowerment and abundance. So the other thing I really like about this card, and if you're listening, you won't be able to see it, but the reflection here in the mirror of this lady, it shows her with the head above the water. So you might feel right now that you are just keeping your head above water, and that life isn't the same as what it was. But with self-reflection, you can really find the abundance, find the blessings, find the gratitude in everything that you have in your life right now, because that's really what it's all about. It's not about the stuff and the things and the noise and the busyness. It's not about all of that. Your life is about you right now. How are you showing up? What are you thinking? How are you feeling? How are you choosing to be in this moment? So try to see all of the blessings and the abundance that are around you right now. Now, the other cards I've got are the Knight of Swords, the Hanging Man, and the Ace of Swords in reverse. And this is really, once again, saying, don't take any immediate action on anything until you are clear as to the outcome that you are looking for, or the intention behind it, or the best time and the best energy. Mainly, I think it's the intention behind it. So if you have any, really big ideas that you just want to forge ahead with, you're just really in that kind of charging forward kind of mood, just take 24 hours to think about it and come back to it, revisit it, just hang for a little bit, revisit, and get clarity on why you want to take that action. And when you've got the clarity and you know the intention behind it, then it will be time to move ahead. But right now, I really feel it's time of self-reflection and to really just stop and ask yourself before you take action on something, what's the intention behind this? Am I doing this out of fear, or am I doing this as a solid, empowered step forward? So some questions to ask yourself this week. All right, let's have a look at your chakra system. We touched on it briefly last week, just the 7 main chakras. And I just want to go through this week a couple of quick things about what each chakra represents and how you can intuitively tune in to your body to adjust how you are feeling. Yeah? Your chakras are a really great sign as to what's blocked and what's flowing, and that will affect you in the physical. So let's go through those. Let's start with the root chakra. So this is red. It's the base chakra. It's at the bottom of your spine. And the base chakra is all about grounding. It's about physical possessions. It's about survival. It's about money, prosperity. It's your abundance. It's also the action center, right? It's the real masculine taking action kind of center. Now, when you have fears around any of those things in the physical, It's probably because this root chakra is blocked. So being grounded and doing some work on your root chakra to get that energy flowing will allow you to take more focused action, and it will also allow you to receive money and prosperity when it comes, and it will just really give you a level-headed is what I'm hearing. You'll be level-headed. And when you're level-headed, it's much easier to take inspired and decisive action on things. So if you're not taking action right now, and if you're having issues with money, prosperity, abundance, do some grounding work on the root chakra. Now, the next one is the sacral chakra, and this is just below your navel. Now, the sacral chakra is all about emotions, feelings, and relationships. So if you are having any guilt or shame or fear or emotionally out of balance, if you're crying at the drop of a hat, if you are scared to be open and honest with relationships, you'll have a blockage here in this center. And it could just be old fears, could be old beliefs that are churning around in there. This is also your sexuality energy here. So, if you are having issues in any of those areas, you will need to strengthen the sacral chakra. And this is the color of orange. So, once again, you can ground yourself here. Grounding is definitely this chakra as well. And, having things orange around you helps. But if you are having those issues in the physical life, that will be your sacral chakra. And as I'm describing these, the other, as well as having the issues in the physical that I'm describing in your reality, if you are also having issues in your body in these areas, then that will mean that the energy is kind of blocked off in those areas too. So this is how you can intuitively tune in to your body and see what's happening with your body, and then ask yourself, well, why is the energy not flowing properly in that area? What can I do for that area to help it? And the next one is the solar plexus. This is the sun of your center of your body. This is in the center of your body, above your navel. And this is all about your personal power, ego, confidence, again, willpower. It's about you shining your light. And so many people I see hunched over and just want to shrink because they've been told that they're not good enough to shine their light in this life. But this center, if you're having issues here, or if you're having issues around your confidence, or if you need to seek approval from other people all the time, if you're looking for validation, then you are disempowered and this center is not flowing well. So do some work on this center if that's the physical realities that you are experiencing. Now, the heart chakra is all about love, energy, it's our essence. It's really learning how to serve and to really come from a place of compassion and that love, not that, I love you kind of love, but that real love for yourself and other people. Now, if you're finding that hard, to open your heart up, then definitely do some work there on that energy center to have it flowing in a stronger way for you. And this is really a center, I think, that's opening for a lot of people right now, especially with all the self-reflection that we're doing. So, be brave and open this this energy up here in your heart center, because it really will change the reality around you. Now, the next one up is the throat chakra, and this is blue, and this is in the throat area. This is about your communication. This is about your expression, speaking your truth. It's really about being open and honest about how you feel about yourself, your life, other people. If you're having any throat issues, this is a sign and a signal for you to start expressing yourself more. And I know a lot of people have issues in the throat and the thyroid and the shoulders and the jaw. This is all your throat chakra. And if you're not expressing yourself, you will be holding all the energy in this center, and it will create issues. So start to express yourself. If you can't speak up about something, do some writing, do some drawing, express yourself in some way. Now, the next one is the third eye chakra, which is your between your physical eyes, and this is your intuitive center. This is your intuition. This is your insights. Yeah. When you've really got clear connection here, life just flows a lot easier. You're really going with those intuitive prompts rather than ignoring them or just going by logic all the time. This is really a beautiful flow to have here, and I think the intuitive center here for a lot of people is opening up lately, and you're really becoming a lot more intuitive with the different prompts and all the different clair abilities coming through. So do some more work on that and keep opening up those centers. Now, the last one is the crown chakra, which is at the top of your head. And this is all about your connection. It's the oneness to everything. And it's that sense of connectedness. And, often if we're feeling alone or that feeling of depression is kind of coming on, it's because we feel separate. It's because we think, we're separate from everybody else, but we're not. We're all connected. And so the crown chakra, if this is not flowing well, you will feel separated. So to do some work on that will really help you with that connectedness. Now, each of these chakra centers affects the other. So it's important to have a balance all the way through. So, for instance, if you are ready to express yourself in a more profound way, in a more honest way about your truth, if your lower chakras are not in balance, you won't have the confidence, you won't have the emotional balance, you won't have the grounding to feel safe to express yourself. And the other way around as well, if you're really grounded but not connected with the higher chakras, you'll be purely going from logic, from the intellect, from the ego, and you'll be taking action, but it won't be intuitively guided action. So really important to have all of these chakras in balance. And I'd highly recommend you head over to my website at trishrock.com and just go to the home tab, and there'll be a drop-down list of meditations. I've got a meditation in there for each of the chakras, and they're free. They're about 6 or 7 minutes long. They're really fast and quick and easy, and that will help you balance those chakras, and that's a beautiful free tool that you can use. Alternatively, if you can't find them, please pop over to my Facebook page at Trish Rock Abundance or Trish Rock Transformation and just drop me a message and I will get the links there to you. The other thing you can do is just hop on YouTube or Spotify even Vimeo. Just type in chakra balance and you will get so much music, meditations, information there about how you can really sit and start working on your chakra energy. It really does make a difference, not just for your own well-being, but on the external as well, because your external, your reality absolutely reflects what's going on inside of you. And, you know, so many people are still living on the external and saying, well, if that person changed, or if that experience changed, or if that workplace changed, or if the government changed, or if this changed, then I'd be happy. No, it's got to be the other way around. It's got to be from the inside. You've got to have that balance in you. Do the self-reflecting, go inside, find that balance in you, find the happiness in you, find the freedom, the empowerment within you, and your external will change. That's how it works. And the chakra centers are really important indicators of what is happening internally and where your energy is blocked, and they will indicate to you, and you can really tune in intuitively here into your body. It will really indicate to you why the external is like it is. And, you know, it's when you can really have this, and this goes back to this card for the week of self-reflection, even just doing some self-reflection today and just quietly sitting there and doing a little meditation yourself and just asking Spirit, whereabouts in my body do I need to focus on? What is it right now that's out of balance that I need to focus on? And intuitively allow that answer to come in and trust it. And you might even have some aches or pains or something going on, like a sore throat or a sore stomach or bad digestion, pains in the groin. You might have something going on physically anyway that indicates that you've got, you know, some energy flow problems there. So really tune in to your body today and then ask yourself, where in the body is this showing up? And how is that also showing up in my external? And how can I now do some work on that area to open up the energy and use your intuitive gut feelings here. Use your intuitive gut feelings, prompts, the messages that come. Really trust yourself here. And, you know, you will then be led on to where you really need to go to learn more. Okay. And, you know, if you want more clarity, this is also something I do in my readings, and I can really scan your body and find out where the blocks are. And actually, mostly I can just talk to you about your life and I can tell you where the blocks are, right? Because it's all a reflection of the outside. So if you would like to get some clarity this week and, you know, not only about your life and where you're headed and all of that, but where some of these blocks are in your body and therefore in your life, then please come and book a reading with me. So they are only $90 Australian, which is about $55 American right now, until Saturday midnight. You can come over to my Facebook page and book with me over there, or send me a message. Or if you can't connect to me there, you can head to my website at trisharock.com and connect with me there. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn. Just look up Trish Rock on LinkedIn or on Instagram. And even on Facebook, you could just search Trish Rock and you will find me there too. And I would love to help you with that and to really get some clarity on where you're at energetically. Perhaps get some clarity on, what are your next steps, especially if, you've got this calling in you to really step up and start serving in this world in a different way. There's a lot of people who've lost their jobs or their career, and they're now saying, well, I don't want to go back to that. It wasn't feeling good. I've really got this calling inside me to go and help people in a certain way. And, I had somebody yesterday who said to me, well, I don't want to go back to my work. I want to start a meditation business. And, it's all possible right now. It's all possible. You just need to get clear on what it is that you are being called to do. And I can really help you with that and find that clarity, really find the next steps, and then also find where you are blocked. Because, sometimes we have these, yes, I really want to do this, but no, I'm too scared, or something's blocking me, or I can't express it. So I can really help you with that too. So come and connect with me over on Facebook, Trish Rock Transformation or Trish Rock Abundance, and or over on our website, and I would love to help you. I hope you have an incredible week. Thank you for tuning in again this week. Get some balance in that energy, in your chakras, and do some self-reflection this week and find out who you really are and what you really want. Tune into that intuition. All right. Lots of love. Bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online on, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to the Amanda Hall Psychic Show here on Moonstruck TV and on A1R Psychic Radio. Look, it's been a very, very interesting week around the world. And yes, I still have Easter on the set because I still sort of feel we're still in that Easter sort of energy. And I feel very strongly at the moment we all need something bright and positive to sort of hang on to. And if, we extend Easter by another couple of days, it mightn't be such a bad thing because it makes us feel as if we've got hope. We've got renewal. We've got something to look forward to, whether you're religious or not. It is still a very moving time of the year where we all sort of take stock a little bit. Most of us usually go on holiday, spend time with loved ones and family members, which we were unable to do this year. We all had to do it over telephones and video chats and social medias and things like that. So it's been a very unnerving time for a lot of people. But I also think it's been a time of great wisdom, that we're really starting to understand who we are, what makes us tick. And it's interesting to be a person on the sidelines watching people sort of have meltdowns on television screens and people that are in power that should know better and should have more self-control. And I'm not going to point any fingers at any particular political person around the world because I think they've all had their turn in one form or another. But it's just interesting to people watch, to see how people are handling things and looking at the way that the media is trying to keep everything positive and uplifting, even though around the world there's many, many countries in lockdown and restrictions of one form or another. So it's interesting how the media is playing a role in trying to give us the facts, the information, keep it honest and keep it real, but at the same time to try and thread some positivity through these very, very uncertain times. So it brings me to the card of the week this week. Now, it's interesting because I only draw this card probably about 20 minutes before the show, and I just collectively look at this as what we need to know as a globe for the next week. And this week I've drawn the Queen of Wands. Now, you might say to me, Amanda, how on earth is this going to sort of affect each and every one of us? Well, the Queen of Wands is a woman over 25 years for a start. So hopefully she's got a little bit of wisdom under her belt, green eyes, blonde to red hair, and it's usually on a more important meaning, looking at the personality. Now, the personality of the Queen of Wands is positive. She has a positive message to share with us. She's fiery, she's outspoken, she's a go-getter. So it's somebody that sort of we can maybe not necessarily always look up to or not always like, but we know that we're going to get the truth. So it's somebody that sort of calls it as it is. She's fiery, she's outspoken, probably doesn't think before she speaks. She just opens her mouth and it all flops at you. That sounds very much like me. But we need these sort of people in our lives. We need people that can be sort of leaders, that aren't frightened to mention the truth, that aren't frightened to call it as it is, no matter what the consequences. So I think we all need to take on board a little bit of this energy this week of the Queen of Wands. Let's find something positive, at least one positive thing a day to focus on. Let's find a conversation that maybe we need to have. Maybe you need to pick up that telephone and reach out to somebody that you've had a disagreement with or haven't spoken to in years. Now's the perfect time to reach out to people, to mend those fences, to sort of not so much bring up the reason why you've had an argument to begin with, but let's get some positivity out there. So before we go on with the rest of the show, I just want to be a little tiny bit self-indulgent. For those of you that watch the show regularly, you'll know I'm a huge David Cassidy fan, and I was very, very upset when he passed away a couple of years ago now. Now, this week would have been David's 70th birthday. And the reason why I'm mentioning this, there were so many events and recognition ceremonies around the world that had to be shelved because of the coronavirus. And there was one that I was not so much involved with, but had a lot of communication with the ladies that were handling one in Las Vegas, where there was going to be a star on the boulevard there for David, because he spent a lot of his professional time there doing shows on the Las Vegas Strip. And part of that was that some of the fans around the world were given the opportunity to purchase some jewellery that was made by David Cassidy's drummer, Terry Coty. And I was one of the lucky people to be able to say that I received some of this beautiful jewellery made by Terry. And I want to say thank you again to Terry. I will treasure this for the rest of my life. It was really important to me to be able to be part of this because I've admired David's work ever since he first came onto our television screens back in the 70s. And, you know, the fact that he would have been 70 this week, and in some ways it's probably a blessing that he's not here to be in this lockdown, because being in Aries, he would have found it very difficult to stay sort of tied up and locked up. And I know he spent a lot of his time behind closed doors because of his fame. But I think we can all use that sort of Aries energy and sort of say, okay, it's time now to put ourselves first a little bit. And I think that's part of what's actually sort of happening at the moment astrologically. I want to go into what I find this week is happening as we have our little glimpse around the universe. And I know the number one topic is the coronavirus. When are we going to get a cure? When are we going to get a vaccine? What's actually sort of happening with that? Well, I don't know that I necessarily want to go down that path, but I want to tell you what I see astrologically this week. And when I looked at the chart this morning, the first thing that jumped out at me was the planet of communication is conjunct or holding hands with Chiron, the planet of the wounded healer. Now, both of these planets are sitting in Aries, interestingly enough, which is the me first energy, the first sign of the zodiac. It's where everything begins. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication, and as I said, Chiron is the planet of the wounded healer. This is where, on an emotional, physical level, we need to sort of look at the things that we need to heal in our lives. Now, when I saw those two, they jumped out at me to say, hang on a minute, there could be some breakthroughs this week by people being a little bit outspoken. Some of our leaders around the world, whether they're state politicians, whether they're governors, whether they're premiers, or whatever you tend to call the people that control the area that you're in, that's where I think we're going to get some breakthroughs. And it's by these people that lead our own local areas that are making decisions for their local environment that I think collectively we're going to get some breakthroughs, because as each person that governs an area looks at that particular area and the things that that area needs and the people need and how safe that they can keep their own communities, that I think we're going to see some hidden or some opportunities come out of those hidden areas that maybe the world as a collective hasn't thought of. It'll come from the inspiration of the eye. I'm putting my district first. I'm putting my state first, and this is what I believe our people need. And it's from that we collectively as the world can learn from each other. Now, this is very interesting because this is hidden in the 12th house, and the 12th house is things that are hidden from us. It's quite often a very deep emotional time when we look at planets that are hidden or hiding in the 12th house. So again, it's got a very positive sort of feel. It's the ability to delve deep below the surface and maybe find answers that we haven't seen or have been hidden from us previously. Then that moves me on to the planets that we seem to talk about so regularly, which is Pluto, sitting in Capricorn, been there since 2008, going to be there till 2022. Pluto, the planet of transformation, and it's the planet that I believe is responsible for this coronavirus. It's making us behave as a globe in a different way. We've had plenty of years to get our act together. We've had plenty of years to change the planet, to heal the planet, to look at monetary situations being out of control. We've had time to look at pollution and how we're destroying the planet. We've taken no notice. So Pluto's nearing the end of his reign there, and he says, well, okay, I'm going to get serious now. Pluto also happens to be holding hands or conjunct Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, and higher mind and the global sort of situation. Both of those are conjunct or holding hands, the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune in an astrology chart is where we look for the opportunities to create new things in our lives, the things that are going to bring us the greatest joy. Not necessarily bring us the most money, but bringing us what is destined to be our fortune. So it's interesting that they're all still sitting in Capricorn, which is governing big business, governments, anything, officials, doctors, dentists, hospitals, lawyers, those sort of things. So those three configurations together are still mighty powerful and still telling us that we have the opportunity to completely transform things. We have the opportunity to collectively, as a globe, to share the information that we've got with each other. And out of that, maybe, just maybe, out of all of that, by collectively sharing all the information from around the world and looking at this in not necessarily in a spiritual way, but looking at it in a much higher way than just, oh my goodness, this is what's happening in my local environment. Yes, that's important. It's incredibly important. But then we also have to see how that piece fits into the jigsaw puzzle as a globe. So I think taking it from the I to the world, I think there's answers and breakthroughs that could possibly come in this next 7 days. They may not necessarily be that obvious that woohoo, here's the answer, but I feel that there's going to be some important announcements that are going to come, and not necessarily come from people that are normally on the world stage. We might get little breakthroughs coming from countries we've never heard of or never knew much about, or governors or leaders out of states, out of countries that we've never heard of before, and they've got some answers. Now, to finish off this conjunction, we also have Saturn sitting in Aquarius. So Saturn is the planet of discipline, the taskmaster. Saturn also sitting in Aquarius, again, leads me to believe that we're going to have some light bulb moments. We're going to have something that could come out of nowhere. So it's really exciting, really interesting to see where these things could come from. It's also saying to me that we can have the opportunities that we've never seen before. And to finish off the astrology section, we still have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, sitting in Taurus. Now, this is sitting in the first house. So again, this is coming back to me first. What about me? How can I do this? So we could get somebody sort of breaking ranks and coming out and saying, now, hang on a minute, this is the way I'm going to go. This is the way I feel I need to lead my people. And a lot of other people are going to sit up and take notice. So I hope I'm right. I hope we get some real breakthroughs this week with the coronavirus. And until next week's astrology segment, stay safe. Make sure that you connect with your loved ones, but most importantly, look after yourself. So that takes me to the candle of the week. Now, the candle of the week this week I've chosen, interestingly enough, goes hand in hand with the Queen of Wands. And I actually chose the candle before I choose the card of the week. I always choose the candle first. And this week I chose the candle of the Passion. Now, the reasons why I chose Passion was the fact that I thought we could all do with starting to be a little bit more passionate. Let's try and get the energy moving. We've all felt so sort of restricted being in lockdown, not being able to get out and get about our daily lives as we used to. And I know a lot of people are sort of saying to me, oh, Amanda, I've got cabin fever. How do I overcome this? Well, I think we need to redirect our energy and our passion into things that are going to benefit us long-term wise as we come out of this time in our lives where things are very different. Our world is not going to go back to being the way that it was before the lockdown. So we need to find a new normal. So I think we need to ignite the passion inside each and every one of us. Now, for some people, that may be a passion of learning something new, doing an online course. Someone else might say that they finally got the answers to their life. They've been there all the way through, but they didn't have the time to stop, smell the coffee, smell the roses, and have a look at these things. For whatever your passion may be, try and ignite something new in yourself this week. And I think that that's really important. So this week I've chosen 3 candles that I feel that sort of really are apt for today and where we're going in our world today. Again, I've chosen the Passion candle, as we've just been speaking about, but I've also chosen the candle of healing, because obviously the planet and the world needs healing, and we all need that, whether it's on an emotional level, a physical level, or let's just heal the planet once and for all, and try and find answers to the questions that have been troubling us and try and find solutions to this coronavirus. And let's hope we never see another worldwide pandemic in our lifetime anyway. And the final candle I've chosen was My Angel in the Sky. And if you're a regular viewer of the show, you will know that My Angel in the Sky was a very special candle that I designed for people that have had loss. It is a candle that I've been burning continually for the last few weeks to mark respect for all those lives that we've lost around the world with the coronavirus, and for people that have lost people through other circumstances, whether it's been accidents, whether it's been old age or illness. There's an awful lot of tragedy in the world at the moment, and my angel in the sky is my little recognition for those people that we've lost. So I hope that helps you sort of understand. And if you're going to be working with a candle, normally I say write 3 things on on a piece of paper that you want to let go of, and 3 things that you want to bring into your life. But if you're going to be working with a passion candle, maybe just work with maybe trying to get a little list of things that you might be passionate about or things that you can bring into your life. I usually suggest you burn a candle between 15 minutes to 2 hours a day. Always sit with it. Don't leave it unattended, because, it is fire after all, and we need to sit with fire. We don't need to leave it unattended. So let's take our first caller, which is Cindy in Asheville in Carolina, in the USA, in the North Carolinas. Are you there, Cindy?
Yes, I'm here.
You have a question for me I can work with, please, Cindy?
Yes. Okay. So I'm a spiritual healer and psychic like you, and I've written children's books, and I've done healings, and I'm creative, and I've been working on my business for quite some time. And I'm just wondering, I feel like I'm always, throwing my energy in so many different directions, and I feel like none of it is really sticking. Although, the work that I do, everybody loves, and, when they have a session with me or they read my books, it's like the greatest thing ever, but I just can't seem to get the momentum going to where I can do this as a self-sustaining business. And so I'm asking you, what do you see for my future with my career, or any advice from my angels to what I need to put my energy into specifically?
Okay, Cindy, look, it's always a very difficult sort of profession to be in when you're in something along the psychic, healing, spiritual sort of professions. Even though it's a very important profession, and don't get me wrong, it's a very difficult one in to try and maintain the momentum or get a regular income coming in that you can say, I'm completely and utterly self-sufficient in it. I don't understand why, and I mean, there's very few people in the world that I think successfully make a business out of that on its own. So my suggestion would be, let's try and split this up. Yes, I know that this is very important to you and you're doing some amazing work, but maybe look at topping it up with a small part-time job, something that sort of just covers the day-to-day expenses, that takes the pressure off the situation. Because a lot of times psychic and healing work is about energy. And it's like, we try and be in the right space to live walk the talk that we believe in and what we share with our customers. And then all of a sudden, we, I think, unconsciously block ourselves because, oh my goodness, the phone bill needs paying. Oh my goodness, we've got bills that we haven't paid and all this sort of stuff. So we block the flow of the energy. Where if we take that pressure off and you have a couple of days of work a week where you've got a guaranteed income coming in, it tends to then sort of make it flow better. And it's sort of, I think it also brings balance into your life. And I think that's one of the hardest things, is to keep yourself balanced, grounded, and focused when you're working with other people and other people's emotions. And, you can sort of have all the rituals under the sun for doing clearings and keeping your energy clear and whatever. But it takes a very, very strong person to be able to still remain focused, to be able to remain grounded and still be able to push through this. And it's not always an industry where, money flows in on a regular sort of basis. It comes in fits and starts. And when you're so concerned about how you're going to pay your way in the world, I actually feel that prevents other flows coming to you, like, the inspiration to write more books or to design more courses or to be able to sort of allow you to grow in that way, because you've got to take care of business. You've got to take care of the day-to-day earthly things that need to be sorted as well. So can I suggest a balance of both? And I know it's very difficult with everybody in lockdowns and everything at the moment where, a lot of people are very concerned about what the next steps are. But if you were to look at this as your time to look at, okay, what can I do coming out the other side? Where could I sort of maybe get a couple of days a week work? I think you'll find then once you've got the answer to that, even if you haven't landed the job just yet, you'll start to find more inspiration, more creativity, more ideas will come to you about your spiritual sort of work, and you'll start to feel like you're getting on a roll again. You'll start to feel as if you're starting to reignite that passion again in a stronger, more determined, more focused sort of way. I know they've got a lot more work for you to do, but I also know very clearly by what they were showing me is that it's like a set of scales. They want everything balanced. And it's like it's going to be a juggling act and it's going to be a balancing act, but we will eventually get some sort of equilibrium here, and that's what they're looking for. So I think we need to bring things back into balance. They're also showing me that there is at least 2 more books to be written, but I also sort of felt that there was more teaching or more courses or something like that, or workshops that you're going to do. But again, I think we need to look at this in maybe a slightly different way. Maybe now use this time to hone your online skills, to, look at doing virtual deliveries, things like that, not so much filling a classroom full of people in a physical location, but maybe looking at expanding it out. And that's where I think your strength is going to lie. But I wish you well. I know that you're going to do well, Cindy, and keep up the good work. We're going to go to Reggae now in Seaside Heights in New Jersey. Are you there, Reggae?
Hi, Amanda, how are you?
How can I help you, sweetie? Do you have a question for me? You there, sweetheart?
Yes, hi. It's actually Reggie, Reggie, Reggie.
Right. Sorry, dear. How can I help you?
No, that's okay. I'm just wondering what is in the future for me as far as love goes.
Okay, let's have a look at that for you. It's really interesting because the first thing that they're sharing with me is the fact that you still haven't let go of a previous relationship. Now, I'm not saying that on a physical, I'm saying that's on an emotional. But was that a couple of years ago now, somebody that you sort of felt that there wasn't a clear-cut answer to why the situation ended, or you didn't get... I just sort of feel as if it was unanswered to me. It was unfinished.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Now, that's a really tricky one because, if we haven't got answers now, the chances of us getting those answers are probably remote and none. And sometimes the answer is there is no answers. Sometimes we've just got to sort of say, well, look, I've looked, I've tried, I've done everything I can possibly do. I've now just got to cut it loose, shut the door and say, that's it. The answer is there is no further answers, and try and move on from that. It's interesting because I don't think it's a deliberate thing that you've dwelled on this and sort of prevented yourself from attracting love. It's sort of more on an emotional soul level that it hasn't let go of this. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, it's not something that you're walking around every day thinking about, but it's on this emotional soul level that says, I still feel I need answers. So maybe the best way we can do this is maybe record it on your phone about all the things that you can remember about it, what you got answers to, what you didn't get answers to, and then hit the delete button and say, be gone. And that might be a way of just clearing that blockage so that we can get on to the now and sort of get on to living again and attracting love again. I do feel that there will be a new relationship. I don't think it's going to be next week. They're sort of showing me more around September this year, and it's somebody that I'm going to say that if they'd come into your life 6 months ago, I don't think you would have given them a second look, because I don't think you were ready then for the power of the depth of the relationship that's coming. It's with a man with dark hair. He's got the most beautiful piercing blue eyes. I like him. He's a very strong man, a very determined man. He has a very definite way with words. And in some ways you sort of think, oh, he's a little bit abrasive. It's not necessarily he's abrasive. It's the fact that he calls it as he sees it. He doesn't sort of mince his words. If he's got something to say, he says it. He stands by what he said. He doesn't change his mind when someone questions him or whatever. This is my belief and that's it. And some people see that as arrogance. I just see that as a very strong, determined man who's comfortable in his own skin, that, is happy to admit if he's wrong, but if he believes in something, he believes in it. And that's, that's a good thing. And I feel that this direct honesty is going to be a refreshing change for you. You've had too many people in your life that have given you too much BS and told you what they thought you wanted to hear and never really been solid. This man is solid. You know, he's good. He's strong. I like him. There's lots of laughter. There's intelligent conversations. There's things that you're going to talk about that you've never talked about with anyone else. And it's sort of like, it's love on all levels. It's not just on a physical, on an emotional, it's on an intellectual. It's sort of like, I really enjoy every single thing about him. There's going to be quite a bit of travel together. And I also sort of feel there's going to be something a bit further down the track that's connected on a professional or a business level together. They're not showing me much more than that. They're just showing me that this is going to be something that's going to develop and evolve. And it's not you working with him in his business or vice versa. This will be something you do jointly together. And it's something I don't even think that the two of you would even sort of consider at this point. So it's something that's going to evolve and come towards the two of you. My only one little criticism of him is he doesn't live locally. I think initially it's going to be a long-distance relationship, but it will be something that the two of you sort of work out, and in time, you know, one of you will make a move so you can be together, and I think it's more likely to be him than it is you. But I do know that this is a very strong, powerful, committed relationship, and he's the right sort of person to come into your life at the right time. So I think just keep working on yourself, enjoying this downtime and sort of understanding who you are and what you need out of your life, but don't focus too much on the one that got away that there's no answers to. Let's just try and release that. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave that, caller. I hope you've enjoyed the show this week. It's been my pleasure to bring it to you again here on A1R Psychic Radio. We have a number of shows over the next 3 days, so why don't you join us for many other varied types of shows here on the network. And I hope for all the David Cassidy fans out there that you celebrated David's birthday in some way. And I'll leave you with one of my favourite songs of his, I'll Meet You Halfway. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndayMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Modern Day Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and good evening. It's Michelle here, the Modern Day Medium. Delighted to be here this evening with you. And we've got a great show in store tonight. I've got a wonderful guest with me, Jono. And we'll get round to him in a minute, as long as you don't mind. That's fine. What I wanted to talk about was just this full moon, first of all, 2020, how it's been quite chaotic energetically for us. I don't know how many of you have been going through massive emotional upheavals, struggles. 2020 was meant to be great. 2020 was meant to be the best. It's just the end of it with this beautiful wolf moon that we've had. On my last show, I was talking about it. It's all been about release and let go, and release and let go of the emotions. And so now within the next couple of days, things are going to really, really settle for everybody. And it's going to be just lovely. Much more harmony, much more emotional issues have gone, and more clarity for everybody. So it's going to be more peaceful, shall we say, and better sleep as well. I don't know if anybody's been struggling with their sleep, feeling out of sorts, but it's all going to settle down, guys. So I just thought I'd share a little bit more about me and my life. I'm not in my normal set here. I've actually come up to Wiltshire. I'm here at my sister's, and who is sitting next to me is my future brother-in-law. This is Jono. Here is my future brother-in-law here. Lovely. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about my family. I come from a very spiritual family. I'm incredibly lucky and very, very proud as well. My twin sister is an amazing, wonderful psychic platform medium. She has taught, trained, travelled in Wales, and the amount of people's lives and hearts she's touched is unmentionable, quite frankly, and the people that she has helped. Her husband, my other brother-in-law, Gary, is also a good medium, but he's a great psychic surgeon as well. And they work together quite a lot, and they run their own churches. They're just phenomenal workers. And then I come into my elder sister, Louise, who is also a psychic medium and amazing healer. And she has also dedicated her heart and life for at least the last 15 years to working with spirit, giving messages, working in churches, healing people, and bringing through loved ones, indeed proving that life is everlasting. So incredibly lucky. And then, of course, there's me. Me, Louise, and Michelle have worked. Me, Louise, and Michelle? What? Me, Louise, and Simone have worked together as the Spirit Sisters as well. And we've been lucky enough to be in the Daily Mirror, which is a national newspaper here in England, for about 8 months. We've been in lots of spiritual magazines. We've done radio shows and a lot of platform together. We're just taking a break at the moment and doing our own thing. But the reason I've wanted to interview Jono tonight, which also Simone does do a lot of releasing negative energy and releasing these things can really affect us in our life quite dramatically and not know what's going on. So I thought it would be good to share this with as many people as we can, because it really does help bring in clarity and understanding what can be going on with you in a deeper level. So the thing that I want to ask to Jono is just to say to Jono, just tell me a bit about you, or tell everybody about you. Obviously I do, but it's so fascinating. So just tell everybody what it is you do, how it works, and how you've got into it.
Yeah, fantastic. So I work as a spirit release therapist. I help people with psychological problems. I help people that are hearing voices, people that have serious attachments. And I work with a team of people in the UK as well as the US. And the work is carried out remotely, so we can literally work with people far I've worked on cases in Canada, Peru, Brazil, Holland, all in the same day. So it's an incredible way of working, an incredibly effective way of working too.
And how did it get you? How did you get there? I mean, I know how we met. We met in a physical circle.
In a blacked out room.
In a blacked out room when we both used to do sitting in the dark, we call it, sitting for physical mediumship, where you would have physical things being moved, physical phenomena, absolutely. And that's where me and Jono first met a long, long time ago. But what actually led you from there all the way to what it is that you're doing now?
So really the main part of my work has always been within healing. I've been working as a healing medium. The majority of my work is within trance. I work as a trance medium, a trance healer, trance energy teacher as well. And part of that work was also in psychic surgery as well as other parts of healing. One of the things that started to become more regular was the actual attachment release. And there's many healers.
Attachment? What would you say an attachment is? How would you know what an attachment is? I mean, explain that in more depth as well.
Yeah, so in this sense, we're talking about spiritual attachments, which is where perhaps there's a person that has passed away and they haven't quite gone to the light for whatever reason. And sometimes they can attach to a human being, somebody on the earth plane, and they use their body as a transporter. So sometimes it's no issue, sometimes it's a positive energy, but they're just using you as a vehicle. Other times it can be a little bit more negative than that. And there's many healers that deal with that sort of attachment. And you notice it really, I mean, one of the things working in healing is that you're working through your guides. So it's often the guides that will tell you whether there's attachments, and they'll guide you to that frequency within the healing session, so that you know you can pick up on certain signals working with your guides, working in certain ways. And then you get that confirmation that there is an attachment there, and then we can start going through the checks just to see what it's like.
Just out of interest, because I mean, me as a healer and me doing all the different, as you know, all the different healing modalities that I do. So for me, I can pretty much work out if someone's got an attachment or not, whether it's in my capability to deal with it, and when I know I need to hand it over to somebody who's more professional. Obviously, that's self-responsibility with all us healers to know when we're out of our depth. But how can somebody find out about it? Or how can somebody know I'm not right? I don't feel right. I don't want to take medicine. There has to be something else wrong with me. What's the signs? What's the symptoms? What's the feelings that there's something not right?
Well, this is it. I mean, one of the things in the modern day is that there's so much mental health out there, so much mental health issues. And very often a lot of this can go down to attachment or spirit release work. So people themselves, they could feel that they don't feel themselves. They could feel that they're having a conversation. But all of a sudden, you're replying to a person in a manner that just isn't you. So it's almost like another personality has taken over your voice box, or another personality has come in and made your demeanour different. It's like being another person.
Yeah.
But very often the person...
Can that be, sorry to interrupt, like bipolar, schizophrenia?
Absolutely.
Can all of this be misdiagnosed?
Absolutely.
Or, wow.
And very often, this is exactly the sort of people that we work with, people that are in section, people that hear voices, people that are in mental hospitals where we've done work, and within, 80% of our cases are sorted out within one day.
So can you give us an example of a case in America or Canada, or how you don't need to be present to link in, right? We all know that. We're doing it here via Skype. We're going to do a reading if we get time in a bit. But how does it work, and how immediate are the benefits to people? I mean, and the difference is that family can see. Is it almost instant?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we had a case, I was contacted by a mother who, in her own words, described the last 2 weeks as the most frightening of her life. And that was because her 24-year-old daughter had done the Ouija board, and within 2 weeks they started talking in different tongues and started swearing.
So different tongue means?
So different languages.
Right.
A language they don't understand.
Yeah.
She started, she was sitting at home watching telly with her parents, and she started swearing at them.
Gracious.
And her face changed.
And how quickly did that happen? I mean, was that almost...
So that was within 2 weeks of her doing the Ouija board. and they've gone to spiritualist churches that had helped, but they hadn't cleared.
Yeah.
And then she did a Google search and found our website.
Which your website is?
Is johnowebster.co.uk.
Brilliant.
We had a chat. So first of all, it was about calming them down and making them realise that, you know, if we are talking about spirit possession or something, it's just a form of mediumship. It's just one that perhaps isn't very.
But a qualified, you have to be qualified in this. It's not just for any medium.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Yeah. And it's just a simple way that whenever I work as a healer, I work with my guides working through me. So I've got spirit working through my spirit, working to the spirit of the client.
Amazing.
So if they're on the couch, we can all picture that because it's physical, we're in the same room. But there's no difference between somebody being on the couch in my room,
a healing couch,
or or being in Toronto, or India, or Sydney. We can still connect on an energetic level through the universe. Spirit connecting to spirit, connecting to spirit, and it just and it works. And that's the thing.
I've experienced it myself. And so, getting more into that is you go to the higher self. You can go to the higher self, working with the guys, working with connecting in there with you and a team. Sometimes it's not just you working on your own.
Never just me on mine.
So for safety, work with the team, and you've learned this. And there's a doctor, isn't it, that came up with it originally, and he's in America, isn't he, the doctor?
So he's just come back from Argentina.
Yeah.
So he's a UK doctor. He has, Dr. Terry Palmer is his name, Terence Palmer, and he's the leading sort of authority when it comes to remote, what we call remote spirit release.
Mm-hmm.
You can find him on YouTube. He's written books on this, Healing the Wounded Spirit.
Yeah.
He's an extremely driven guy, and he's been working with a guy called Andy, who is a psychic surgeon. And over a period of 4 to 5 years, they've built a protocol. It's constantly evolving, but the structure of the protocol works.
Yeah.
And it means that we can go and check in on somebody spiritually between 10 and 15 different frequencies. So rather than just look at an attachment, that's one piece of work. And then we still have approximately 10, 12, 13 different frequencies.
Amazing,
where we check them out for different types of attachments throughout the universe, because there's many.
Absolutely phenomenal. It's phenomenal work. And it really, the reason I wanted to do this interview with Jono is to spread the word. You know, it's in America, it's in Canada, it doesn't matter where you are. And for all people that are misdiagnosed, taking antidepressants, taking the wrong kind of medicine, when it's actually not that's wrong with them. It's an attachment, it's an energy, it's a negative energy that's either attached to them or within, or in their aura, or within their energy, that's putting this impression of negativity within their mindset and how they are and how they think, which alters their personality into them acting and not behaving, making them feel, I'm just so incredibly out of sorts. So
and sometimes they don't even know it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be so overpowering, the person individually doesn't even know they have it because they're used to that. Sometimes the energy has been in there for 10, 15 years, laying dormant. And then it starts to come through. So it comes through slowly. And the person, where we're called the client, is kind of getting used to the energy as it's building up. So they don't see it, they don't notice it themselves.
Yeah.
But it's the people around them that notice it. It's the close family, it's the friends. And they see a difference in personality. Something's happened, a bit of trauma in their life or something.
Mm-hmm.
Their natural defences have been wobbled, out of balance, out of kilter, however you describe it. That's an opportunity sometimes, opportunist attachments come in. And literally they can lay dormant. Or react straight away.
And when your defences are down, or when you're ill, or when you're sick, or you're grieving, you're in bereavement, and when your vibes are down, this is when negative stuff comes in. So guys, it's just really, really wanted just to talk about this a little bit. I think we've got a caller. We're going to do something here together. That's really exciting. I think we've got Chelsea here from New York. Are you there, my darling?
Yeah, hello.
Good.
Hi, Chelsea.
How are you? Good afternoon to you.
Hi. Hello. How are you guys? I'm good.
Good. How can we help you, my lovely?
I'm sorry. I can't hear you that well. What was that?
Okay, sorry, darling. How can we help you?
Oh, I'm just calling. I'm wondering about like my whole life kind of just like changed recently. And I'm just wondering like what was kind of in store for me, like what I should be kind of leaning towards and like finances and with love and everything.
Okay, so there's been a lot of shifts and changes that have been going on around you recently.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right. I have got a lovely grandfather that steps forward here for you in the world of spirit, please, my darling. And this will be on your dad's side, if you can understand that, coming from the male line in your family.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the first thing I need to say to you is he's making me aware that there's been this has happened before with you, please. This isn't the first time that this has happened, but you had quite a long break in between. You had quite a lot of stability, everything was stable, and you've had a huge, massive shift that's come in the last 3 months, is what I want to say to you, all right? Now, it is time for you to stop and breathe and absolutely get your bearings and where it is you want to go and what it is you want. Granddad is saying to you, please take your time, my love, and don't rush into anything because you're feeling a little fearful or a little bit anxious, please, all right? It's not so much, this is more about you and how you feel about you at the moment and you stabilizing within yourself. Now, it's easy for me to sit here and say, don't worry about finances, money, love, etc., etc., when I'm not in your position at the moment. But I really do need to say to you, literally, as quick as it happens is going to be as quick as it turns around. Within the next 2 weeks, there'll already be changes and positivity coming in for you. I feel I need to say to you, there's quite a lot of stuff you needed to let go of to work out who you are and where it is that you're going and what it is you really, really want. I'm aware that you're an intelligent woman and you're a well-read woman. You can understand that, please. Yeah. So I want to say to you that there is a change and a shift coming in for you. I'm just going to ask Jono to see if he wants to work energetically with you in a slightly different way.
So,
thank you so much.
Certainly what I have, particularly from your grandfather as well, is the one thing that's coming forward for me is that he is a great protector. And I think what you have, you have something coming through to you, maybe in 6 to 8 months, which is going to be a new opportunity. And it's going to be something for you where you're going to think, shall I or shan't I? And the answer is yes, you will. So you have to remember that, because your granddad's got your back. And he will protect you, and he will guide you, and he will steer you in the right direction. So whatever this wonderful opportunity is coming in, it's going to be something where you're going to think, can I do that? Am I good enough to do that? Is that really me? And that opportunity is there for a reason. And he's right behind you. And he's not going to give you a shove because it's your decision. You're the person that has control over this. But the moment you step forward, he's behind you, and he's going to be helping you all the way. And remember, he has your back. So if you do step forward with confidence because he's right there for you.
How marvellous is that?
Yeah, that's
my
awesome.
Darling. Yeah, that's lovely. Such a lot of love around you as well. And you are loved greatly in the spirit world. You really are. You have a very open heart as well, I need to say to you. And I feel that at the moment you're going through a big lesson that you're learning. And this is about you changing and evolving and working out your pathway there, which will be a final pathway, if you can understand. So what you do next is what will set you up for the rest of your life, bringing you in harmony, happiness, tranquility. And I feel with you, I have to put children around you as well, and how much joy and love that brings you, and that energy as well, all right? It really uplifts you. But I want to say, I feel you need this as well. I need you to have some joyful fun, some laughing, and some encouragement as well. I also want to say to you, you help so many other people, you give advice to so many other people, but you're not very good at taking it, all right? You're not very good at receiving this advice, and you're not very good at asking for it either, please. And it is time for you to ask. And like Jono said, this lovely grandfather, who is a huge protector of you, he's a very kind, gentle, I feel he would have tickled you and played with you a lot when you were little. Not lots of grandfathers do that, but I feel with this grandfather that you were close, and he also loved the family and loved the family very much. And he is very, very close and around you at the moment. I want to also say to you, my darling, that I feel I want you to come back into your family a bit as well, if you can understand that. Come back into the family loop. Come back into the family arms. I feel there's distance there as well, and that this will bring healing in for you also, please, my darling. All right?
Yeah. Yes, that all makes a lot of sense. Makes me feel very comfortable to know that they are with me all the time.
They really, really are. But also, Granddad, you know, he was a real prankster and a joker as well. All right? And he has fun with you in your home, in your apartment, and where you are. He moves things around. He's trying to cheer you up. He's trying to lift the weight off your shoulders of where you're feeling just the pressure of life on you at the moment. But what he's showing me is like a bird's eye view of your life. It's absolutely fascinating. And that this is just a blip in the road, a bump in the road. And just have faith that you are and you will be okay. You're a very driven lady as well. You don't like sitting around and doing nothing for too long, if you can understand that, please. And you don't like not being busy, all right? You don't like not being busy. I feel you get bored, you get frustrated. I also need to say, Granddad is saying you've been a little bit snappy recently and haven't been quite yourself, and you're a little bit out of sorts. I hear music as well around you, and your granddad brings this in for you. So just turn up the radio, girl, and do some dancing as well, is what he wants to say to you. I think Jono's got something he wants to say as well.
I think music is a very big thing. Music has a wonderful frequency. Music can really lift atmospheres, particularly around your home. And if you're not feeling too good, you know, you can work the music and you can turn your volume up a little bit. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with having a little dance around your lounge and sitting around the kitchen. Have some fun. Put the music on because it will lift the energy of the house.
Right.
And once you lift the energy of the house will hold energy. Houses hold energy. It's factual. And you know, if you can lift that and constantly lift that, next time you come home to your safe area, you're already walking into an energy that is more protective, is heightened. It's more love. It has that love energy.
Yeah.
It's going to make you feel better just by coming home. And this is a really big thing. And energy is everywhere. You can use it and make it to your advantage.
Yeah. And so what Granddad is showing both of us here clearly is that the energy for you at the moment is just sit back, think, look where you're going to go. You've had this roadblock. You've had this bump put in front of you for a reason, for a purpose. There's bigger and better things coming in for you. So if you can, put your... do you love cupcakes, please, my darling? Cupcake.
What was that?
Do you love cupcake? Cupcake. Fairy cake.
Oh,
cake.
I don't know what that is. I can't make out what you're trying to say. Are you saying hot plate?
Sorry. Cupcake, like fairy cake.
Cake?
Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
Sweet tooth.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, my lovely. So it's like a sweet tooth for you as well, and Granddad. So I really want to say to you, all in all, don't live in fear, don't live in worry, and just know that things are going to come in. I see a job leaping out at you where you will not be able to avoid it. It would just be that's the one. Granddad has just made it so clear that it's coming in and it's going to be a wonderful change. I want to say to you, this is important to have the confidence that you can go for this job. It's going to be a little bit different, but please go for it, Granddad is saying.
It's going to be completely different from like what I've been doing.
It's going to be a bit different. It's like a step up. It's like more push yourself is what he's saying. This is the time to push yourself and be confident in what it is that you're going to be doing. It's going to be with a team around you, a few more people that you'll be leading, that you'll be in charge of, and definitely go for it is what he wants to say.
Good time's coming.
Yeah, good time's coming. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm the Modern Day Medium. You can find me on Facebook or my website, The Modern Day Medium, and I do Skype calls and Facebook calls if you ever want another reading, sweetheart. Okay?
Okay. Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome. Enjoy. So what a lovely evening we've had. We've had wonderful Jono here, who's been explaining his spirit release therapy, which is just great. And it was really important for me to bring Jono on to explain it, where we don't have to necessarily go for the medicine or the antidepressants, because we are physical, emotional, spiritual, for all of these things. And we don't necessarily just have to assume that that's what's wrong with us. And so it's vital for us to understand that there could be something else that's going on. And so you can find Jono Webster, psychic surgeon, Jono Webster is it, on Facebook, website, and spirit release therapist. So that's wonderful. And for me, I'm going to be so looking forward next week to my show. We're doing something different again then. I don't know what I'm going to be talking about, but I've got so many different things that I'm qualified in that I can go through just to spread some love, some help, and advice, and of course, definitely some readings, because that's what I love doing the most.